Hello. It's time for 1942 Conquest of Pasta Dice. See, I replaced Para with pasta because we're going to continue our Italian campaign today, am I right? Get back Hell March. No, you can't have it. It's mine. What is this tweet from Sierra Space? Yeah, I wanted to. We haven't played Hearts. I wanted to finish that campaign for a change. So let's jump in. Dream Chaser has been powered on. Press release. Tenacity Online. Okay, fluff. Is thrilled to announce the successful power-up of its revolutionary Dream Chaser spaceplane. Nice. How's things? Good. How's days going? All right, man. Awesome. They powered it on and probably included the most blatantly stock footage, not stock footage, but look, all I'm saying is that they should have, actually maybe posted a picture of it. I wait the day when SpaceX will actually talk to you in that voice. Tenacity Online. When is your wedding? Yours is June 10th? Mine's a little bit after that, Howls. Yeah, a little bit after that. But hey, congratulations, man. You've taken your first step into a smaller world. No, sorry. Mystic, how you doing? Yeah, they could have used a picture of the display screen or something. Anything, Creeper. Just show us a picture of the thing. No. We're going to show you some buttons. Like I said, debuffs. Nah. It has its ups and downs. More ups with Brimo and I because we're both nerds and we get along and we really don't fight over much, dude. We really don't. It's really easy when the person likes the same stuff as you. It's really easy. Yeah. It's not too bad. It's just a lot of stuff. He's only yoke. Actually, you gotta get on that, homie. Gotta get on that. I got lucky, dude. Gotta get on that, man. Gotta look. It takes some effort. Am I weird for wondering how much money you can get for selling scrap metal if you're lucky enough to find one of those old razor disposal slots when renovating an old house? You know, the ones where you just stuff old razors in your wall and wallpaper over the slot and make a new one when it fills up? Is it bad that I made the wedding date the same number as my birthday so that Geek would remember? Both are the 2nd of the month. You gotta look in the mirror first, but that's a whole nother topic. We'll talk about it later, man. When you're ready. If no pressure. No pressure. No pressure. But Max, seriously, dude, it's just a game. It's just a game. That's the only way my brain has come to be able to rationalize how ridiculous the world actually is. It's just a video game. It's just a game. Might have something to do with my line of work. Probably has something to do with that. And just how I go about solving modern problems with modern gaming solutions. It's just a game. Are we done with Polybridge? No. I just wanted to play Hearts today, dude. We can switch to Polybridge later if you want. I enjoyed playing Polybridge yesterday. Dude, like, getting the marriage certificate. It's just a side quest. It's just a side quest. Dude, it's like... You know those quests in, like, Fallout that you're like... Where it's like, you need to go find the 33 pieces of power armor. Please do that for me. It's like... It's not gonna be hard, but it's 33 pieces of frigging power armor. You know, you go and do it, it's not that bad, right? But it's that quest that just kind of stays in your open quest thing. Yeah, dude, it's that. It's literally, that is my only way of rationalizing how crazy the world actually is. That's my only way of doing it. Any other way is just led to pain and suffering. I'm only halfway kidding. It's a really good way. It's a really good way to go about it, dude. It's just a quest, just a side quest. You get side quests. The universe gives you side quests. Do them. It pays off. Another settlement needs your help. Oh, god damn. Yep. Alright. Alright, so this is the game where I've been trying to explain as much as possible. This is the playthrough. I have to figure out what's going on here, man. Preston Garvey has entered the chat. I need to get back to Hearts of Iron. Yeah. That side quest of going to the local pub was good. Yep. Alright, so we ended up taking Italy. Actually pretty decisively, but it wasn't decisive enough for this bonehead right here. Which is good. And now we gotta... Honestly, we really just gotta build up our industrial base. We can send volunteers. What is this, Hellfish? Oh! Dude, that's the new carrier as well. Dude, there's no way. Oh, stress test, what are we looking at? Name applies here. Dude. Is this carrier... Hold on. Which one is that? Hold on. It's not Liaoning. It's not that one. That's the Varyag. It's not Shandong either. It's not that one. It's it's the third one. They're copies of the Ford class. We have can we have Kuznetsov? We have Kuznetsov at home. Kuznetsov at home. It's the Fujian. Okay. Three cats instead of four. Max, if I had to guess, and we're gonna go Little Red October armchair general stuff going on here. If I had to guess, the hull design probably stems from the Kuznetsov. It's probably similar, because you don't You don't just build a hull design that big from scratch. No one did that. Not even us. Not even the West. We didn't do that. Our carriers are derived from fast attack battleships. So, like, there were World War II carriers, at least in the U.S., that were literally battleships that they just put a carrier superstructure on, and that's how we... Because carriers need to move fast, like a battleship, right? So you don't just build a hull out of the blue for a brand new carrier design. If I had to guess, and if they... Well, let's just say if they were smart, and, you know, look, they can build something like that. They're not entirely stupid, right? This is probably 3 catapults, probably because they couldn't build it big enough, like the Ford, and they probably based it off of the Kuznetsov. That's just a guess, though. The Montana hull was turned into a carrier. Bingo. Hellfish, if I'm remembering correctly, the Montana hull is an Essex-class carrier. If I'm understanding that right. They took the fast attack battleship design and put a flight deck on it instead. That's where carrier architecture comes from. It's based off of the Ulyanovsk. That thing? Oh. Interesting. Ah, the plot thickens. I mean, yeah, that would be a schematic. This would be a schematic that they would have access to right after the Soviet Union collapsed. That makes sense. Fun fact: that's Nikolaev South. That's in the Ukraine, by the way. Yeah. Didn't think that was pertinent for any particular reason. So my question is, what is Ulyanovsk based? What is Ulyanovsk based off of? What is it based off of? It was a fixed-wing carrier laid down November 25th, 1988 as the first class of Soviet nuclear-powered supercarriers. It was intended for the first time to be true blue water naval capability for the Soviet Navy, representing a major advance over the Kuznetsov class, which could only be less loaded. Okay, all right. Stopped at 40%. Nevsky Engineering Bureau developed the third-generation heavy aircraft cruiser Kuznetsov with Su-33 in the 1980s, and the Varyag at the same time. In December 1984, the construction of the fourth-generation large-scale nuclear-powered aircraft cruiser. Note how they call them aircraft cruisers, because the Soviet Navy never had... Their naval doctrine did not use supercarriers. Their entire naval doctrine was based off of submarines. While we're on the subject of, like, Hearts of Iron stuff, while we're here, the entire thing is based off of submarines. That's the whole Soviet naval doctrine. It was based off of building bigger and more submarines than everybody else. The only surface fleet that would be around in the Soviet Navy are ships that support the submarines. So the Soviet Union never really had a gigantic aircraft carrier. All of them were either helicopter carriers or submarine tenders by technical definition. Interestingly enough. Hey Tara, what's going on? So they call them aircraft cruisers. So if you go look at the Kiev, the Minsk, the Moskva, they're all angled flight deck helicopter submarine tenders. There's no supercarrier. The closest Western equivalent would be a carrier escort, like this. That's the closest equivalent. We stopped making ships like that a long time ago. Battle cruisers? Well, the Soviets did make battle cruisers, the Kirovs, and the Kirovs were there as, once again, submarine support vessels. They were called battle cruisers. Battle cruisers in naval design is a step below battleship, but a step above heavy cruiser in terms of hull displacement. So it's halfway between a battleship and a heavy cruiser, hence battle cruiser. But even these guys, these things were basically designed to support submarine not support submarine operations. They were basically designed for small surface engagements. It's basically a battleship, except where the turrets are, there's just a bunch of missiles. Yeah, missiles, lots of them. Yeah, that's what they're for, Jack. I blanked on it. Sorry about that. Soviet battlecruisers are designed to get near an American carrier group and overwhelm American air defenses. Yeah, literally launch as many missiles as possible. Yep, yep. Don't underestimate an escort carrier. It sank the Yamato. That's right, Xenotechnic. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. Sentitos. Thank you for the resub, buddy. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, 3 years ago. That's right. DM2 was 3 years ago. Remember though, Ruski subs are super noisy. The whole idea is to not necessarily not be noisy, you know what I mean? I think and this is just kind of my personal opinion on the subject. So, it's probably wrong. Let's just look at it like that. I don't think the Soviets gave two fricks how loud their submarines are. It doesn't matter if there's 100 of those submarines and 10 of the enemy submarines. I think they knew they couldn't keep up with the defense spending of the West, so they used more conventional tactics in overwhelming numbers. That only works if you have a lot of numbers. So, basically going back to the overarching point here. So if it's based off of Ulyanovsk would have been probably based off of the Kuznetsov. The Kuznetsov is a Russian, more kind of conventional Western-ish carrier, because the Soviets were trying to change their naval doctrine for power projection. There's a Delta III over there. Delta III class submarine. Yes, Delta III, like the rocket. No, not like the rocket. Same name. No relation. So they were trying to do that in the late 80s for projection, like what the U.S. does. The reason we have supercarriers isn't because we can't reach anywhere by airplane in the world pretty quickly. It's there to basically, if a carrier is loitering off your shore, it's basically a gigantic gun that's pointed at you saying, hey, want to try something? Want to try something? That's why they exist. Ulyanovsk was based upon... Oh, it was based upon the Project 1153 Eagle, which did not go beyond the blueprint's initial commission name was to be Kremlin, but later given the Ulyanovsk after the Soviet town of Ulyanovsk, which was originally named Simbirsk, but later renamed after Lenin's original name because he was born there. It would have been 85,000 tons displacement, larger than the older Forrestal class, but smaller than contemporary Nimitz's. So, Jack, that right there is probably the source of this design right here. So, the 1153 Eagle project is what this carrier can trace its roots back to, if I'm understanding what you guys are telling me right. Now, I'll go back to it. How much experience did the Soviets have building aircraft carriers? Oh, none. Yeah. That probably explains why that's doing that. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why I went and explained why the Soviet Union didn't really build aircraft carriers until the very end is if the Chinese are basing their designs off of them, well, that's probably not the best thing to base your aircraft carrier design off of. But also it's the only thing, because you ain't getting the blueprints from a Nimitz. You can get bits and pieces, right? But you're never getting the whole thing. It was easier to steal. Bingo. Yep. That's a way to put it. The Soviet carrier tech is actually German. They got the OG plans for German carriers from World War II that formed the basis of their designs. Then they added US and British ideas stolen by the KGB. It's based off of the Graf Zeppelin. I mean, that makes sense. I know they took that thing. It's based off of this piece of junk. I mean, to be fair, it's not really a piece of junk. The Germans just never finished the damn thing. Oh, also, look, it's definitely a battle cruiser. It's definitely a battleship. It's a Bismarck hull. That's what it is. That's I forget what type. So the Germans were. Not a lot of people know that the Germans were actually working on an aircraft carrier, a big aircraft carrier. The Graf Zeppelin was pretty big. They never finished it though. Turns out when you open up fronts with pretty much every other country in the world, you start running out of war resources real quick. Oops. It's a Hipper hull. Thanks, Jack. I'm learning a lot today. It's been a while, dude. I'll be honest, I used to know this stuff cold. I used to be on my game, probably about as good as you are. I disregarded most of it for spaceflight knowledge. Whoops. Interesting. I don't think that's a Hipper, dude. I think it's bigger. I think it might be based off of the H-39. Oh, maybe. I think it might be the H-39. What if you strap two Graf Zeppelins together? Would that work as a big aircraft carrier? I'm in the weird place regarding the Graf. On one hand, I wish it had been built, but on the other hand, well... Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Not a whoops. It's arguably a better data set to keep in memory. Yeah. What the hell is this? Thanks, I hate it. Alright, cool. Max, I understand what you're saying. I get it. I get it. I'm happy they never finished it. I'm happy the Soviets used it for target practice. I'm happy that we used the Pronzeugen for target practice with nukes. That was pretty funny. Yeah, I'm happy in that regard. I'm happy a tall boy went through the Tirpitz's number 2 turret. Yeah. Very happy for that. You know, the Prince of Wales and the Rodney, happy they basically put the Bismarck really, really deep underneath the ocean. But also, it sucks to see engineering go to waste. Like, all the effort that it took to make that stupid thing. I'm like, this is like Brotherhood of Steel stuff, which is like technically techno-fascist. Like, I want the tech. I don't give a frick about your ideology. Your ideology sucks. I want your tech. Give me your tech, which is basically what happened after the war between us and the Soviets. That's basically what happened. Hey, Zombie, what's going on? I'm wrong. It's actually a newly built hull. It used the armor design from the Hipper and was roughly 33,000 tons, not based off of an H-class. All right, sweet, sweet. Have you ever tested a nuke from inside the center of a ship? No. No, never done that. Project Storm looks pretty weird. What is this? Is that this? I mean, it looks like it. Interesting. Force, it's never happened. The closest thing that we've done to doing something like that would be Operation Crossroads. And I know you've... I know you have, you've seen me talk about this. So... The Saratoga. It flipped the Saratoga end over end. Like, the stern of the... See that, guys? And I'll just say it for the people that don't know. So this is the Operation Crossroads Baker shot. Basically, they were testing a nuclear depth charge. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a nuke that they sank underwater. And then detonated. like underneath a bunch of surface ships to see like what would happen if you have a nuclear depth charge. What happens when you basically blow up a nuke underwater? And it was underneath, kind of not underneath, but very, very close to the Saratoga. And the Saratoga is not a small ship. That's about the size of this aircraft carrier, maybe a little bit smaller. And in this, picture of the Baker shot, you can see the Pronzeugen right there, by the way. I think that's the Pronzeugen. It looks right. The stern of the Saratoga is actually on the bottom of at the bottom of the ocean, and the bow of the ship is literally pointed straight up. It flipped an aircraft carrier end over end. The reason why the Baker shot left this crazy water column, an insane mushroom cloud, is because that's the water getting vaporized and turned into steam. Think exploding something with so much pressure that in this particular shot, guys, like provided the heat wouldn't absolutely obliterate you, if you could stand right in the center of this column and like at the ocean floor and look up, you could see the sky, provided the whole nuke thing doesn't kill you. It literally vaporized, quite literally vaporized all the water from underneath, like from this column right here. It just, think like if you took a chunk of the ocean and just shot it up in the air. And in this particular shot, the seafloor is exposed. You can't see it though. It's not hollow, it's steam, zombie. It's a lot of steam. That's why the Baker shot has this crazy distinctive mushroom cloud, because the nuke literally obliterated a section of the ocean. It vaporized the ocean. Yeah, they deployed it off of an LSM. Yeah, USS LSM-60 was completely vaporized. Yep, they dropped the Baker shot from underneath a I'm trying to find the ship. The LSM. They dropped it from. They never found it. LSM-60, right there. Yeah, that's the antenna for receiving the signal. They basically submerged the nuke with the wires for the detonator down about 100 meters below the thing, and that. Yeah. Yeah, 6-shot. Yeah, they You said they found a 3-inch piece? Oh, okay. However, British naval constructor present reports he saw a 3-inch, 7.6 millimeter square piece of LSM-60 on the deck of a target ship afterward. Yeah, they never found any discernible piece of this thing. It totally obliterated. It vaporized the entire thing. Literally melted it into air. Crazy, right? Would that cause a tsunami from the splash? Well, they did it inside of an atoll to avoid that exact problem. It was the 1940s way of being environmentally conscious. They blew it up in Bikini Atoll knowing that most of the waves would be absorbed. Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot of pretty awesome ships that they blew up in this blast, which kind of sucks, including my favorite battleship. That is the most righteous battleship of all time. The Nevada, it's my favorite. It doesn't have the biggest guns, but this battleship is like the Terry O'Reilly of battleships if you're a hockey fan. It's not the biggest ship in the fleet, but it fears no one. The Nevada, here, I'll give you the condensed version. The Nevada was at Pearl Harbor. It got bombed, it made it underway, fought back, and then sank in Pearl Harbor. They refloated it, refitted it, upgraded the entire battleship, which is a World War I era battleship. They upgraded the entire thing with World War II fire control systems. So they basically hot-rodded it with an Iowa, right? They gave it all the modernized systems from an Iowa-class battleship. So it was a World War I hot-rodded battleship. After Pearl Harbor, It helped shell targets during D-Day in the European theater. It supported Operation Overlord. And it fired so much artillery into France, they had to rebarrel the stupid guns. They rebarreled the guns from this ship with the guns from the Arizona. The ship that was pretty much next to it in Pearl Harbor. After that, it supported operations in the Pacific Theater again at Iwo Jima and Okinawa. And it was there for the surrender of the Japanese in Tokyo Bay in 1945. And then after that, they blew it up with 2 nukes and it still didn't sink. Look, seriously, the Nevada's 32 on this picture. It blew up. Remember that aircraft carrier that went end over end? Where is it? The Saratoga. That's number 10. Where's 10? Yeah, the Saratoga's over there. It flipped the Saratoga end over end. This thing was dead center of a nuclear freaking blast. It's just like, man, all right. All right. Sure, no problem. Dead center of not 1, but 2 nuclear blasts. Yep. And after that, they didn't know what to do with the damn thing. They thought it was going to sink. It didn't sink. It's just like, man, all right. So they ended up using it for target practice because they're like, what do we do with this thing? This battleship's still usable. But they realized that it became too irradiated because you dropped a nuke dead center on the damn thing, and it was, yeah, probably shouldn't use it after that. So the Navy wrote it off, and it was used for target practice. The Iowa, an Iowa-class battleship, used it for a gunnery practice target, right? This thing survived a broadside from, not a broadside, it was long range, it wasn't close in, right? This thing survived like a bunch of salvos from the Iowa. It couldn't sink it. Couldn't sink the damn thing. They had to torpedo it after that. Only then, after 2 nukes, a full couple of broadsides from a battleship, from the most modern battleship ever devised, and a torpedo, with no one on board trying to fix it, might I add. No one on board trying to fight the fires, no ship fighting back, right? That's the only way you could sink that thing. 2 nukes, a battleship, and a torpedo. The Nevada is literally the most Chad tier battleship of all time. Yeah, Hellfish, it's a damn shame. This ship should have been a museum. It should have been a museum, dude. This thing is one of the most legendary battleships ever. Ever. They copied E2 Hawkeyes. You need to see this. Anyway, that's the condensed version. We have F-35s at home. F-35s at home. That's not a Chinese plane. Okay. Okay. What? Yes, run out in front of the plane when it's on the catapult. Yeah, all right. That's not even, you don't even, they don't even have a plane like this. But did they just show a J-20 shooting down an F-35? J-20, the copy of an F-35. Did they just show that shooting? Was that a C2 with jets? So S-Master, they upgraded. Well, not upgraded. They made a new version of that called the E2 a long time ago. It's basically the same thing as the C2, like the one on Intrepid, but it has turboprops instead of radials. It's an E2C. Yeah, it's the Navy Airborne AWACS. If I'm remembering right, Jim Bridenstine flew those things. The J-31 is a jet copied from leaked F-35 data with MiG-29 engines. J-31, yeah, not the J-20. The J-20 is that gigantic plane that they have that I can't really figure out what it's supposed to do. But yeah, anyway, back to Hearts. Let's go. The Hawkeye Chinese copy is in testing. Why is it green? Kari, it's green because it hasn't been painted. Every airplane is painted with green anti-corrosive paint to protect the aluminum fuselage. Even the space shuttle was, dude. Here. The space shuttle's design stems from aircraft, right? It's a space plane, right? Now, if you look at pictures of it being built, it's the same green. It's anti-corrosion primer, dude. Yeah, most, if not every aluminum airplane has this anti-corrosion primer sprayed on the aluminum. Because, yeah, you don't want it to corrode. That would be a big mistake. How's the war effort? It's going good, Doxy. We just linked up this. This was linked to me while we were playing Hearts. That's, okay. You know the ship's going to hit a wave, right? And it's going to split in half. Edmund Fitzgerald style. That, yeah. Oh look, they made a plane look like a plane, the heresy. Funky Bot, all I'm gonna say is, dude, I get it. They copy us. I understand that. Here's the thing, dudes. The thing about engineering and reverse engineering stuff and copying design, that happens. It happens a lot. We did it with the Germans V2. That happens. But the big key here is the elaboration. Basically, engineering is a malleable construct because it really depends on what you're trying to do with said. It really depends on what you're trying to do with said engineering application. So basically what I'm trying to get at is that, are you trying to do exactly what the US is trying to do? Because if you're going to copy our planes and use them in the exact same way that we use them, right? Now we know how you fight. And we probably know how your stuff works better than you do because we built it and you copied it. Does that make sense? Okay, they can copy stuff till they're blue in the face. Go ahead. If they don't truly understand the application and can't adapt them for their own purposes, they don't understand the engineering, and that is a recipe for disaster in a fight. Yeah. I mean, if you want to, go ahead. The last time we had another country copy our designs, they made Buran, right? The Soviets made Buran, which wasn't necessarily a bad idea. But see, here's the thing. Buran showed elaboration. It showed that Glushko and the scientists that worked, and the scientists and engineers that worked on Energia Buran knew what they were doing, because they took the concept of the space shuttle and adapted it to their own purpose. See what I'm saying? I don't see any of that with China. I don't see anything like that. They're just copying things. It's almost like they're seeing that, they're like, okay, we need that. We need to be like that because we want to project power like that. So we're going to do that. So, okay, who are you projecting power against? You're projecting power against the people that you're copying. All right. Keep doing that, sure. Yeah, hey, okay, for sure. No point in reinventing the wheel when you can steal the wheel. Yeah, Kaharia, but yeah, of course, sure. But if you're in a fight, having the enemy know how your stuff works is probably not the best plan of action. Yeah. Copy because they don't have a basis to start with. Give them 10 to 20 years and you see. Yeah, Bahamut, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't see any elaboration. I just see copying. But here's the thing. China's had 20 years already. They started doing this crazy military buildup in the 90s, early 2000s, right? And all I've seen in the last 20 years is just copies of everybody else's stuff. There's no real elaboration here. They're just taking Western and ex-Soviet designs and just rebuilding them. Which, I mean, that's kind of cool to see. I will say, it's pretty neat. It's cool to see Varyag get its due after it sat in a freaking, basically as a scrap heap for a long time. That's kind of neat. But, yeah, you see what I'm saying? You have to, like, there's no elaboration there. There's no elaboration. You're just building copies. And, well, once again, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, right? Like, what I'm saying is that if you can't adapt them for what you're trying to do, that for whatever you're trying to do, that means the person that you copied from knows the source material a little better than you. It's very interesting. I mean, hey, if that seems to work for them, then by all means. Pasta music. There we go. Let's keep going. Yeah, okay, right. His first genuine patent for a VTOL jet from China. Interesting design. Alright. What were we doing? I don't even remember what we were up to. Maybe if I... What's the name of the save? I usually leave a message. Tutorial play 2. Tutorial play 2. E-Conquest. European Conquest? Okay. Well, whatever. Alright, what are our decisions here? Oh, the pacify Ethiopia thing. We just finished conquering Ethiopia. That's what it is. Okay. So we have 191 political power, stability 75, 79, 726 manpower. We have plenty of oil. I just kind of have to get my bearings here. what's our national focus? We were going down. Another operative slot. Okay, so. Hey, Dak. The deuce. Okay, we were going down Servizio Informazioni Militari. So, military service information, so intelligence. I'm trying to, it looks like I was trying to go down the Triumph in Africa thing here to increase compliance. So, when you play Italy in Hearts of Iron, this bonehead keeps telling you, you're basically playing as like a general or something, right? And this guy keeps telling you things to do because he thinks he needs to do it, and he keeps telling you things that's not actually based off of any particular need or purpose. He's like, hey, the other countries have a very big army. We need a very big army too. It's like, why do we need a big army? We're not Germany. We don't need a big army. We need a big navy. No, you're not understanding what I want. You will make a bigger army, or I will kill you. Okay, we make you a bigger army. Okay. Hey, okay, Orange. Thanks for the sub, buddy. Welcome to Mission Control. Your Go at Throttle Up. Yeah, exactly, Creeper. I don't know if I want to complete his mission. Screw him. Why do we need a big army? Question. Max, we had a checking. Question. We had a checking. Oh yeah, that's what I was basically doing. That's what we need to do now. And this is not me just saying we need to do this. We need to fortify. I don't really give a frick about Ethiopia, I'll be honest with you. I don't care. I took it over because I was trying to show people how fighting works in Hearts of Iron. I honestly do not care. Pronto, signore. I honestly am going to pull out of here because screw this place. You can get rid of him in his funny hat, yes. Shirley, 14-month resub, Dankaroni with the 33. Can't have a day we're not making... Max, we make fun of Ferrari as our way of coping with the fact that they are just 7th and 9th. 7th and... That's just screwed up the damn tire strategy again, man! What the... Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. It's a lot of pain and suffering, Galt. Alright. So... I'm just looking through. Who are we trading with? We're on a deficit of tungsten, but I don't want to give up my Civ factories. I don't want to give up a Civ factory to get the right trade. We're basically a little bit short on resources, and we're getting a resource bottleneck with our logistics because we can't make it fast enough. We need more military factories. I need more military factories, and we need more civilian factories. We have to build up our industrial base, especially if we're going to support some type of big army like that. You could use Ethiopia as a second front for the Suez. Yeah, but trying to keep this, I don't think we can hold it. Hi, by the way. By the time fighting breaks out, dude, I'm not sure if I can keep this. I don't think we'll be able to hold it. I would much rather hold on to Libya because of oil. What natural resources does this place have? Some rubber down there, and that's it, and some steel. It's not worth the freaking 4 resources, man. Especially since if we develop up here, we get oil. Hey, Dread, what's going on? Super, I don't want to talk about it. Alright, insufficient resources we could get rid of. We have resistance to occupation down here. So, resistance is very high on these tiles right here. We need to get the compliance above 60. I'm not sure how we're going to do that without national focus. No divisions in basic training. Decisions available. Don't need that. We're at war. Haile Selassie freaking escaped again. Even though I totally kicked his butt, he still escaped to England. So technically I'm at war with the Allies, which really, really sucks. Building roads seems to help for you. Alright, so I'm gonna go. What's this guy doing? He's building out an intelligence agency in the UK. Okay. Why not make peace? Well, like I said, I fought over this as a tutorial to show people how to play, how to fight, using mountains where the mountains are and using tanks where the desert is. This is a lot of very treacherous terrain here. Alright, let's unpause. I think I got a good bearing on what's going on. We have air wings without a mission. I remember now, I was consolidating down my air force. Alright, let's go into the Navy. What do we have set up with the Navy here? Okay. Ding, 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 ding. We have destroyer fleets. Okay, we have submarine fleets and we have our main battle fleets here. I think I have these set up to have the proper screens if I'm looking at this correctly. Alright. Let's switch to military government. Yeah, gets that extra research slot. I think, yeah, railway innovations. I think I went down this one for compliance. I don't know, man. Let's go. So, just a little bit of intro for everybody here. Hearts of Iron is a grand strategy game that takes place during World War II. You can play as any country and basically do whatever you want. I'm playing as Italy right now, fascist Italy technically. It's a good country to start if you're newer to how the game works. And basically, you can fight either with historical dates on or without historical dates on. So for the sake of explaining what's going on and just so we can get a good idea on what's going to happen and what's not going to happen, I have historical dates on. So it's 1936 right now. In 1939, it's the powder keg's gonna go off. Yeah, the powder keg's gonna go off. That's a good way to say that. So basically I'm trying to prepare for that. Hey, Doom. You don't have to join Germany. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. What happens if you somehow take Germany before the event? I don't think that's possible, stress test. Now, the cool thing about Hearts is that you can turn historical focuses off, and it'll basically roll the dice. Like, Germany will start with this guy, but maybe he gets overthrown, right? Or maybe maybe they're successful with the Battle of Britain or something. Like, like if you turn off historical focuses, crazy stuff can happen. And I haven't gone down that path yet because I'm not really good enough to play like that type of game. I still have to play basically where I know what's going to happen, and that helps. But yeah, something interesting. Spanish Iceland. Yep. Is this the right? So what we can do now is we can send it volunteers over here to get some army experience points, because it's 1936 and there's a civil war breaking out in Spain between nationalists, basically nationalists, communists, and anarchists. Yeah. The Spanish Civil War in the late 1930s was a 3, possibly even 4-way civil war. It was chaos. Absolute chaos. Alright, so what we'll end up doing, what I think is a good idea, is your family ran away from that war. Yeah, that was probably a good idea. I mean, Natch, my family ran away from this psychopath here. So, yeah, good call.
Formazione.
Breaking news, Franco is still dead. Not a fun time in Europe. Yup. Yeah.
Sì, signore.
Indeed.
Pronto. Sì, signore.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 3 tank divisions here, and I'm going to send them over, because this is basically what everybody did in real life. Everybody sent advisors. So Germany sent advisors to help Franco. The communists sent, so the Soviet Union, the Comintern sent advisors to communist Spain. And basically they used Spain as a battleground to practice fighting each other. Yeah. Oops. Basically a double, triple proxy war of nutsness. Do you have Italian heritage? Yeah, Gregor. My family is from here. Emilia Romagna. At least my mother's side of the family is from there. My dad's side of the family is from Abruzzo. Yep. My grandmother, so my mom's mom, Kyron. So both her parents died when she was 14. And she had the wherewithal at 14 to save up enough money to get on a boat out of fascist Italy to the United States. Now, we already had some family over here, but she did that on her own when she was 14. It was on the an Italian ocean liner called the SS Rex. Okay, pause that for a second. This thing. Yep. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not making this up. We have the documentation and everything. She kept her ticket. My mother has her ticket for the ocean liner. In 1940, she got away. And it's crazy because this thing, the boat was coming out It was coming out of the Strait of Gibraltar, and the Germans stopped the boat. And they, yeah, took people off the boat. They didn't take my grandma, though. And the boat made it to New York, and yeah, my grandmother's name is at Ellis Island. Yeah, I went and seen it. Yeah, and they almost sent her back because she didn't speak any English, and she was trying to say that she had family here already, so, you know, you can, they, at the time, they would accept you in if you had family here. I mean, they still kind of do that to this day, right? So the family that I had already in Massachusetts had to go down there and get her and bring her back. Yep. Oh yeah. Crazy, right? Music is life. Your family survived the war, so I get it. Okay, you had it a little worse than my family. Yep, you had it a little bit worse than my family. What year did you sail? 1940, Gregor. Yeah. My grandparents escaped in that one. Cool. Marqués de Comillas. Yep. Nuts, huh? But yeah, that side of the family is from here, from Parma. We still have family over there. I'd like to go meet them someday. Nice, Wrecker. That's awesome. But yeah, freaking crazy, huh? Were they okay with the floods earlier this month? I'm not sure. I'd have to ask. There's an idea for your honeymoon. Yep. Alright, so let's go over here. We need to give these guys a commander. Who's good at armor? Reckless? Old Guard. I need somebody that's good with armor. Reckless. Reckless. Okay. Very passionate about fighting, I see. Cavalry. Does Remo have Italian blood too? No, Raymond. No. Remo is, English, Irish, and Polish, if I'm understanding that right. It'd be awesome, Hellfish, yeah. Pretty sure my great-grandfather got imprisoned and escaped during World War II. It's crazy stories, man. Crazy stories. Infantry officer. Is there anybody here that's good at armor? Messi is good at armor. And I already have him...
Pronto, signore.
Yeah, okay.
Pronto, signore.
Rabati goes over there.
Formazione.
Alright, so we're gonna send volunteers there. So I sent my armor divisions over to Spain, and they're gonna assist in the fight. Have you given any medals to your units yet? No, Boss, I haven't. How do you do that? When 1940 comes in the game, please pay attention to your shipping lanes. Wouldn't want to create a paradox. Yeah, right, exactly. That's a temporal nightmare. Yeah, that'd be horrible, Curson, right? Jeez, music. It's crazy. This is not spaghetti music. Razzie? How are operations going? Bene. I think it's in the officer corps. I want flexible org, but that's 50 army experience. +1 attack. +1 planning and logistics on a level up. Oh, geez, Kyron, there you go. Embrace the future. Panzer Leader trait XP gain. Okay. Is someone considering buying this game? Do you play with any of the extensions? I have every DLC for this game, STX. Yeah. The dude, Hearts is not bad. Hearts is not bad to play without DLCs. It's just like Cities, dude. It's a good base game. There is something to be said, though, that one of the DLCs changes, I think it's No Step Back or something. It changes the way you fight with the Navy. So the base game naval combat sucks comparatively to... It's like, think of it like Industries, the generic Industry in Cities versus the Industries DLC. Yeah, you might want to get the ones that change the way the combat works and stuff. But there are other DLCs for, like, intelligence agencies and stuff. Like, you don't necessarily need that. Have you designed a plane yet in Hearts of Iron? I don't think I got around to making planes just yet. Let me see. Where's my production menu? No, we're basically building SM-79, CR-32s, and BA-65s. The reason why I'm doing this is to just get some semblance of an Air Force going, because the Italian Air Force, when the game started at the beginning of 1936, was literally a conflagration of like 30 or 40 different planes. I moved to standardize it because, yeah, that's harder to logistically support like 20 different types of planes. It's in the officer core if you select officers.
Pronto, signore.
It's new to buy blood alone. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this. This will reset the experience of Division. No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, buying the base game is not bad, dude. It's not bad. You can see what your units did, like take a city or take an airfield. The Ethiopian Highlands Offensive. Oh, dude, you can see how much equipment he has. You can see, that's so... Dude, this game is so gnarly, man. There's, yeah, it's a Mountaineer Division template. History, stats. How do you give him medals, Mango? I don't understand. You know what the crazy part about this, guys? And this is why Hearts of Iron is so good. See everybody here? All these generals, all the generals... You know, the Navy with the Admiral, they're all real people. They're all real people that served in World War II. So,
Si, signore.
like, Rodolfo Graziani, real. He was a real person. He was a real field marshal, Italian field marshal in World War II. So, like, up here, Psychopath has Goering and Rudolf Hess and, Erwin Rommel, like, and then over in the U.S., there's Patton, Eisenhower, like you can get them as advisors. And then in the UK, Montgomery. Yeah, it's pretty nuts, dude. Let me see the Albanian leadership again. Dude. Oh, King Zog. Kneel before Zog. Wait, what? Alright, so, Mango, I'm not sure how you promote somebody. Like, do you promote them or do you give them commendations? Oh, citation. Commended for exceptional bravery in the Ethiopian Highlands offensive. Oh, cool! You can give them medals and it affects their stats. It costs you some PP though. Cross of Valor, HP, Breakthrough. Order of Savoy 5th class, supply consumption -10. Order of Savoy 1st class, division attack division attack +5. Dude, yeah, some of these modifiers are no joke. Attack +5%, that's pretty damn good. Breakthrough +5, Cross of Valor. Casualties taken 622. The division contains 4,000 troops. Oh, man. Yeah, these guys. Cross of Valor, baby. Yeah, this is by blood alone, dude. This is a new feature. That's cool, man. These are all the different commanders of all the different divisions. And one of them was up for a citation. Divisione Massimo di Savoia. Cool. That's awesome. How long has this game been around? Hearts has been around for a good while, dude. I think it came out in 2015, 2016, something like that. The game is so good, dude. I love this game. You know, it doesn't really line up XJ with the STEM content that I do, but it's a good game to teach like World War II history. Really good. But you know, like the thing is, I enjoy playing this. I enjoy playing Hearts a lot. 2016, June 6th. Interesting day to release the game. Anything particularly important happened on June 6th? You know, history. Volunteer forces in transfer. They'll get there on the 26th. It was on purpose. Nice. Maybe a beach day or something. Yep. Hearts of Iron 1 came out in 2002. Don't give away the Allies' plans, EJ. Oh, sorry, man. Sorry. What is your final objective? Razzie, my final objective is to, honestly, I don't know what the hell you were thinking here. This is a waste of time. Look, Italy was late to the game for late to the colonization game because Italy unified in the late 1800s, right? Reunification of Italy, right? I mean, Razzie, you know this. I know you know this. So they were late to the colonial game, right? So at this point, I honestly wouldn't have tried to get a grab at, and I might have the benefit of hindsight, trying to grab some terrain here is just a waste. Like, what the hell are you going to do in Ethiopia? What is this? And I'm not saying that Ethiopia is a bad country or anything. I'm just saying, what's the point? Why would you bother with this when you have Libya? An oil sanctuary. Italian is still paying for this. This was stupid. Why would you do this, Razzie? Like, I get it. This guy wanted to he was basically tired of Italy being beaten around. I get it. Like, I understand the sentiment, right? But why? Why? To prove to everybody how good of a colonial power you are? Oh, great. That sounds like small pee-pee syndrome. What I kind of want to do is just the hell with this place. I want to reinforce Libya and basically screw the Allies here trying to get through to North Africa. Winston Churchill said that, you know, Europe has a very soft underbelly here. Honestly, it would be in my best interest to try and take it. All right. It would be in my best interest to try and take Gibraltar and the Suez from the British, eventually. Now, some viewers had said, "Oh, maybe it's a good idea to go up the coast of the Red Sea, or try to go in through El Alamein," which is basically what happened. That's basically what happened in real life. Because I thought Africa was an easy colony to make. Very short-sighted, Razzie. Very short-sighted. Libya has oil. Why the hell? Why would you waste your time here? What I'm going to do, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reinforce Libya and use it as a jump point to try and get to Gibraltar and the Suez. If we can get Suez and Gibraltar, Europe's soft underbelly is not a thing anymore. The Allies have no place to get in here. That's going to require two things. We need a navy to take on the Royal Navy, and we need an air force to take on the RAF and the Allies. We need that. So that's really what's in my best interest. My best interest is not going for conquest right now. That's really stupid. We need to reinforce. Reinforce and then prepare for a blitz. A blitz that just happens to coincide around the same time as Germany's. Catch everybody off guard. Interesting, Hellfish. Hey, Nova. Yeah, that El Alamein battle sucked. 6-shot. It was terrible. Like, what's the strategic importance of this? There's no strategic importance of this aside from saying, oh, we took this. Look at how powerful we are. Stupid. Stupid. That's an idiotic freaking move. Is the seagull sound from the... I don't hear any seagull. No offense to Italians, but they didn't have the best war track record, and Ethiopia was one of their bad ideas. Plus, they had lost the first war versus them a few years prior, and still had that not sitting right with them. 36 was the second Ethiopian war. I don't hear any seagulls, so it's probably my air conditioner that's just whistling in the background. Yeah, I understand the second Ethiopian war, but dude, honestly, you got to know when to hold them, you got to know when to fold them. Just get out. At what point is it a waste of time? That's a waste. What are you fighting over? You're fighting over some rubber and a couple of bits of steel and some basically desert. And maybe we could develop it out to get more natural resources, but I want the oil. The oil is key. If we don't secure the oil, right? If we don't secure the petroleum resources here for Italy, our navy can't work in the Mediterranean. It won't work. We need reinforcing Libya is the right idea. This is stupid. This is dumb. Yeah, it's more revenge than anything. Yeah, that's the problem with Italians. We're hot-headed, man. We're hot-headed, dude. I have to deal with that freaking thing every day, dude. Italians are very hot-headed and very motivated by spite. Because frick you. That's why. More like pasta-headed, yeah, right. We're better at building things anyway. Where's the spaghetti music? Do not let Ciampino airfield to be bombed. I live there. Okay, Razzie. I won't. Yeah, Doom. Yeah, you get pretty hot-headed pretty fast, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think that's why Irish and Italian people get along. We both get hot-headed really easily. We both like to fight, but not for long. You know what I mean? Also, today is the anniversary of the Battle of Jutland. Pacific Theater. Yep. So, I don't know, man. I'm gonna make a, you know, I'll try to do this, but I don't want to. I don't want to waste my time. Where's my divisions?
Formazione.
Formazione. Alright. There's an open tile here. There's an open tile here, and we'll start off with a spearhead for Oviedo. You could warn them if you spoke Ovitos. Alright. This division needs a higher motorization priority. Jutland, World War I. Yeah, okay, cool. Civic, what? Sorry, I was thinking of something else. And I'll admit, Hellfish, I don't know my World War I battles as good as I probably should. I used to. Not anymore, though. Like I said, most of that was disregarded for spaceflight knowledge. Maybe trading it or surrendering it. I'm not even sure if that's an option. Let's go into national focuses. Yeah, Anglo-Italian agreements might be what we want there. Just focus on building hot cars. No, I'll focus on what Italians have been good at for thousands of freaking years. Infrastructure. We're really good at that. Italians are really good at building infrastructure. We live for that stuff, man. And once again, I'm not speaking for the entirety of Italy, but also... Italians are good at building infrastructure, man. We're great builders. Always have been. Not Pima. Pisa. Except for that. Mistakes were made. But also, it's still standing, isn't it? It's still standing. Yeah, aqueducts. See, this is what we don't do. We don't do that. The flowers are still standing. Yeah, no, but we were reading about that the other day. So what's the plan today? I basically am, from here on out, I'm going to try and reinforce, we got to build more civilian factories. That's what we need. We need more civ factories. More! Can you make Italian pizza? Of course. Pizza.
Sì, signore.
He's en route from a previous command. He won't be able to use abilities or give positive buffs for another 5 days.
Pronto.
We'll wait. And then we need to send some planes over there too. We can send planes to help reinforce, if I'm understanding that right.
Pronto.
Spain without the S. Pain.
Sì, signore. Formazione. Pronto.
These guys need to train. If I recall, the British military had 2 cruisers detonated. Here is the... Oops. Epania? Sure.
Pronto, signore.
3 days. We gotta wait until Giovanni Messi gets there. How are our logistics looking? We're down a ton of weapons right now. The Ethiopian campaign cost a lot of lives and a lot of weapons. How many casualties did we take? We lost 12,700 people. Cost a lot of guns and a lot of ammo. For what? Stupid. We're down on planes, but we're way down on guns. How are we doing on infantry equipment? How are we doing on artillery? What here has a net positive? See, this is your rate that you're building at, and that's your current stockpile. So if this number is green, that means you'll eventually overcome. Right now, I'm losing 32.6 infantry equipment per day. The reason why is because I told all my troops to start training. Your troops do, see how these guys, the levels right here, the trained, they're not, actually, I don't think they need to drill. See, like these guys down here. Yeah, see these guys that are level 1, if you train your troops more, it costs you ammunition because they got to train with their rifles and stuff, right? But they can level up. They'll only level up to level 3 though. Level 3 is regular, right? After that, any experience gained, if you want to level up your troops, they got to fight. We're fighting with Franco this time.
Pronto, signore.
See there? Okay, he'll be there in a day. I'm going to try to move military factories onto guns, see if we can get a net positive here to overcome our arms deficit. The reason why we're down on so many guns is because I switched to military police for my colonies, which required way more weapons. We're stretched. See, even now we're stretched pretty damn thin.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Pronto. Pronto, signore.
That one division is the only one that needs to train. Everybody else is trained regularly.
Sì, signore.
That one division just needs to train. Only that one. And maybe that will help us overcome. No, we're not overcoming the weapons deficit.
Pronto, signore.
Everybody here needs to stop. I gotta stop. We gotta try to save some guns. Are we getting a small stream on Saturday at noontime for the CRS-2 launch by Falcon 9? They've talked about it in the dev notes, so don't worry about it. No guarantees, dude, but yeah, maybe. Hey, get back here. Yeah, that one. That's the one we want right now. Okay, let's go back over here. We ready to fuck? Oh.
Pronto.
All right, let's take a look. What's going on here? They have 50 base defense, and the attack from the 3 Spanish divisions here. See, my divisions are in reserves. They're basically charging towards the front right now. They have 50D. That's pretty good, but we're wearing their org down over time. Basically, they have great defense, but they can't keep defending for long. Our troops aren't on the front here, which is, yeah, like I said, it's going to take a second for that tank division to get into the fight. Combat width is 18, their division width is 6. Basically, they're better at defending than we are, but we have there's more Spanish fascists here than there are commies there. It went up to 84. See these bars right here? Their organization and their strength. Strength is basically how much ammunition they have to carry on. Like how much guns and supplies do you have? Org is basically the unit cohesion, right? If either one of those things goes to 0, you lose. The army will either retreat off the tile, and if there's no tile for them to retreat, the unit collapses. This unit is at 20 org, 20.3 out of 60. They're gonna collapse. And once again, my tank units aren't even engaged. They're not even engaged right now.
Pronto. Avanzate.
I don't know why they decided to drive around. We have 3 tank divisions waiting in reserve here. They're not even fighting. They're driving around this army unit. But once again, their org is going down because they can defend, but they can't keep defending for this long. Literally, we're overwhelming them. We have more troops. Our width is way wider than theirs.
Li respingiamo, signore.
Basically, there's so many troops that our tanks can't join the fight because they're behind the lines. We might be able to get one to join in here in a second. This tank division
Li
right here.
respingiamo, signore.
But in order to do that, yeah, okay. Soft attack went up. So the 3 divisions here are 9, 10, and 8. So that's 27. 27 attack versus 50 defense. But our combat width is wider. There's more of us. So once again, they can defend pretty dang well, but they can't keep up the fight forever because they don't have anything resupplying them. Production is power. Build a certain number of new civilian and military factories. Alright. Achievement unlocked. And see, my tanks are in reserves. They're basically waiting in the wings. Yeah, this is a pretty gruesome fight. I gotta move all production to weapons. We have to overcome the deficit. We literally don't have enough ammunition to hold the terrain that we're trying to hold right now. Unreal.
Forza, forza.
Make a Vespa Brigade, Cavalry Division. Dude, you can make camel divisions, Gregor. To be honest with you. Yeah, you can have infantry, cavalry divisions that use camels. They're great for fighting in the desert. Go figure. Yeah, these Guarnición Nacionalista, the National Guardsmen, these guys need to get the frick out of the way. I got like 5 hours of sleep, Slider. I'm good to go, man. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna do it. There we go. One of my tank divisions got up to the front. They joined the fight. They should collapse very quickly now. Soft attack, so 22 plus 10. That's 32. 40. 40, so 49 to their 51. Yeah, they'll collapse really quickly. We're almost basically parrying with their defenses, but they don't have any reinforcement. Watch. Oop, see ya. Cool.
Pronto.
Next.
Avanzate.
I'm gonna move my tank divisions here to try and take Bilbao. We want to take the port. If we take the port, they have no way of reinforcing, so that's where I'm gonna move. What about the Navy? We have the RMS Argo here. RSMG, not RMS. That's the Ethiopian divisions there. Alright, we'll start a new submarine division here.
Pronto, signore.
We have a lot of PP right now. So I think what I'll do is you can use political points to give yourself advisors. Military factory, construction speed plus 10%, dockyard plus 10, fuel silo plus 10, air base, naval base, radar station, rocket site, nuke, armaments, captain of industry, infrastructure civ factory, Alberto Beninduce. You're mine, pal. There we go. I'm putting him in there. We need to build up infrastructure to support our Navy. That's really, really important.
Formazione.
Formazione. I don't want my Navy chilling down here. I want them in the Mediterranean. This is Mediterranean East. And those are my sub-fleets up there. I want submarines up here because if the crap hits the fan from Rodi right here and from Tobruk, I want submarines patrolling the waters so the Brits can't get anything through here. We're gonna have to go toe to toe with the Royal Navy. It is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
Formazione. Formazione.
Start playing as Italy, Finos, and look at my last Hearts of Iron video, dude. So it pretty much runs through everything you need to know. I took 4 hours and explained what every single button did, and even some of them I still don't know. If it's anything like Stellaris, I'm going to be spending a lot of time hiring people to their positions. Yeah, for the most part.
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore.
Yeah, they're running out of gas. We're out of gas. I'm gonna have these guys out here do some naval exercises. We just gotta make sure that we have the oil to support this. The Navy eats up oil. Anytime you tell the ships to sail, your oil reserves take a huge dump. Gotta be careful with that.
Si, signore.
Evol, what's going on, man? I'm not sure what we're going to do about these guys down here just yet. Yeah, see, this will give me Colonial Police, which helps you with your resistance targets. And I believe I did unlock another operative slot. 16 days for an operative slot. Okay, cool. Sweet.
Formazione.
So now my tank divisions are moving in to attack Bilbao. We need to get them set, and then once they're there, they need to get ready. It's going to take some time. This is the same game you started a few weeks ago. I did another Italy playthrough, Evol. I started it... So there was like one that I started like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and then there's one that I started like 2 weeks ago. Basically, this one is my tutorial playthrough where I'm trying to explain as much of what I'm doing as possible, basically from the start. So hopefully in the future, people can watch this abridged VOD and, like, understand what the hell I'm doing. I spent 4 hours, dude, explaining what everything does.
Forza, forza! Li respingiamo, signore!
Oh, they rolled right into Bilbao. That's the thing.
Pronto! Avanzate! Forza, forza!
Okay. Upgraded torpedo launchers for the Navy. SpaceX dropped this fire video. Is this the one about DM2? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Oh no, this is just about Crew Dragon missions. That's awesome. Dragon's already moved like, what is it, almost 40 people, I think.
Li respingiamo, signore! Avanzate! respingiamo, signore! Fermatevi!
Yiggity. I was there when you explained it. Still confusing to you, though. It's a lot, man. It is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. The Navy is consuming a lot of oil. Yeah, we're gonna need more oil in the future. But leveling these guys up is good. We need to be able to go toe-to-toe. If we can't go toe-to-toe with the Royal Navy, we're screwed. Because that opens up the Allies in the future to be able to come through here and just start doing their thing. We don't want that.
Formazione! Pronto, signore! Formazione! Sì, signore! Pronto, signore! Pronto, signore! Sì, signore! Formazione! Sì, signore!
What I'm doing right now is separating out all of my main fighting divisions from the irregulars, which are basically recruited.
Pronto, signore!
See, this is all my army, and this is all voluntary forces. I'm splitting them up. The irregular template kind of sucks. They're really not that good fighters because they're volunteers. They're volunteers from other countries. This is my fighting force here. These are templates that are Italian templates, so they're pretty good. What's that, Venus? The C-202 Folgori Thunderbolt was an Italian fighter aircraft manufactured by Mach-E. One of the best wartime fighters to serve in large numbers with the Regia Aeronautica. Okay, the Italian Air Force.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. Cool. Yurovich, pronto, signori. Sì.
Continuate l'attacco!
Continuing
Pronto.
to the tacos.
Vi respingiamo, signore! Avanzate!
Still low political points? No, I used a bunch. Back in Profile 2, you went through the historical dev cycle several years early and produced the C-205 Veltro like 3 years early. Cool. The heavy MGs with the cannons. Oh, yeah. I got you. Oh, it's nighttime. We have one attack. All right. You can just stop there.
Avanzate!
Yeah, we took a huge modifier there because
Continuate l'attacco! Vi respingiamo, signore! Avanzate!
we'll spearhead to that airfield. We need the País Vasco. We're gonna try to get that airfield. Well, Finos, we basically need an Air Force that is... We need an Air Force that specializes... Like, I'm not saying we need a carrier Air Force, but we need something that's... We need an Air Force that's kind of tailored for the Mediterranean. And I mean, air superiority is part of that. Torpedo bombers are another part of that, because we need to take out other ships. I mean, yeah, it's basically those two. That's what we need. And then some close air support to support infantry operations on the coasts, right? That's basically what we got to do.
Pronto, signore! Formazione! Sì, signore!
The guys with the fezzes are also
Sì,
my
signore.
infantry.
Sì, signore!
Oh, jeez. Seize the airfields at Ballet. Nice. Is that the crude above left? So that's my oil reserves up here. It's going down because I have my Navy. I have the Eastern Mediterranean fleet, which is basically a bunch of submarines and a bunch of destroyers. I have them going around... I have them going around in training. Training and doing naval exercises will level up your troops, but sending out the Navy is expensive. Once these guys all get leveled up to level 3 regular, I'll stop and we'll start replenishing oil. See, that's what I mean, dude. If we're gonna take the Mediterranean, I need to have enough oil to be able to support operations. I need to be able to get my fleet out there, get the submarines out there, etc., etc. If we don't do that, we can't support our fleet with the oil. We won't be able to go toe to toe because my fleet will just get bombed when they're in port because then they'll know exactly where they are because they don't have enough fuel to move. See, Bazooka, see the tile? See how it's red? We don't have naval supremacy in the area. I mean, one, because I'm mostly doing training, but... There's way more enemies sailing around the Mediterranean right now than not. I can't imagine living in a nuclear submarine for so long and having to be ready to launch nukes anytime without a worry. So insane. That's why submarine training is one of the most hardcore training around. I understand. Before I buy this game, I have to watch way more of your streams, I guess. Thanks anyway. Yeah, Bazooka. I mean, dude, guys, if you're kind of jonesing to buy this and you have questions, just ask. Treat it like KSP, man.
Avanzate!
Treat it like KSP. Ask questions because, yeah, that's the only way you learn is just by kind of doing it and watching for the most part. Gotta wait until our divisions are there. A new operative can be recruited. I'd rather watch first and ask later. That's fair. I'm sending my intelligence agents down there. One of my spies down there to help pacify the area. She's rooting out resistance. Basically, ratting out the resistance effort. Nice. See, we started to get some naval experience by drilling right now. There we go. I'm just moving the fleets around. Yeah, see, these guys are all leveling up. How much is our Hearts of Iron for with all the DLCs? It's expensive. I don't know how expensive off the top of my head, though, Joe. Alright, are we ready for our attack for the airfield? Alright, let's send it. Aggressively execute. We need rigid cohesion. Basically, hit them where it hurts.
Ritirata!
Our tank divisions are still in reserve. They're basically moving to the front right now.
Avanzate!
It's gonna take a second to get them to go. I'm basically gonna have them try to get the airfield here. The air base at País Vasco. I'm gonna have them try to catch the airfield so their air defense in the north on this northern front here will collapse. Build some convoys. I think I have convoys baked into my production already. I do. Yeah. We have 199 convoys on hand. I'm building destroyers and... Basically, yeah, I see. I set all these to just keep building them. Just keep building a bigger fleet. We don't have the research to be able to get a more modernized navy, but the Italian navy was not bad at the start of World War II. It was bad by the end of World War II, though. It was, it's a very good interwar navy. So, being better here at the beginning of the war and kicking the Brits out of the Mediterranean is going to be something that we're going to have to really, really work on. I just need Gibraltar. We got to get Gibraltar. I just don't know how we're going to do it, but we have to. And I have no idea how we're going to get Suez. I haven't figured that one out. What we could do is start building a railroad track from Eritrea up here, up the coast. We could start doing that. And if we could connect the railroad track in here, you know, we could reinforce our logistics. Hearts of Iron 4 starter is $50. There you go. Would mine-laying subs help you with fighting for Gibraltar? Mine-laying subs would definitely help, Doom, yeah. I think that's one of the big mistakes that I made last time. I couldn't really support any actions here because the Brits had the Suez and Gibraltar. Like, I was basically screwed. I was basically cornered. I don't want to be cornered. We need to be able to... Axis forces need to be able to get out here and here. That's super important. And honestly, like... You know what the crazy thing is? That isn't even a, like, hindsight World War II thing. That's just common freaking sense. If the Axis powers had any frigging clue what they were doing, they would have invaded Gibraltar. Like, you would have invaded Gibraltar. I mean, they did try to take Egypt, so to be fair, they did try to do that. The Germans did try to fight through here with the Italians. Yeah, exactly, Aquilux. Yeah. How about the racks that are in Sherwood Forest? Imagine sleeping next to one of those. Okay. Would making something like this when space telescopes and robotics are in KSP2 be a good idea? The Hubble Service Mount. That's basically the piss that I made, Nova, in KSP1. Yeah, super useful. But, once again, what's the point? Ministry of Italian Africa, the colonial police. Our colonial possessions have grown considerably since the formation of our nation less than a century ago. This growth has started to strain our manpower, however. There are ways to alleviate these limitations, though, by using local police forces such as the Meharisti, Savari, Spahi, and others. Recruiting these groups will be less taxing. Yes, recruit them. And then switch. Hey Kem, what's going on? Don't know if you saw this the other day, but it's really cool footage. Yeah, the onboards, man. I did see them. Yeah, awesome, Novus. Yeah. I'm gonna go with naval power projection. So what we should be able to do yeah, Colonial Police. There it is. It's already there. Kingdom of Police. Yeah. Local police force for the rest of these things. No. We need Colonial Police. The Colonial Police force is pretty essential to doing that. Yeah, see? And now that we switched to Colonial Police, our gun deficit is not nearly as high. Perfect. Alright, cool. Let's go back over to these forces that are drilling right here. These guys don't need to drill anymore. Return to port. That submarine fleet does. That submarine fleet does. That's vets. Go back to port. These guys are all leveled up. Good to go. It's just those two submarine forces there. I gotta be careful because I'm running out. Cool, Hearts of Iron 4. How many Italian tacos have been ordered? See, it's only 1936. 1942, Conquest of Pastadas.
Forza, forza!
Alright, let's check this battle over here. We do have a tank division in the fight. They have 76 defense. 4 plus 5 is 9. Plus 4 is 13. Plus 11 is 24. 25 now that it's 12. We are fighting at night, so we're taking a nasty modifier there. Yeah. Our division width is way wider than them, but they have 76 base defense. It just went up there. There we go. 10 plus 10 is 20, plus 11 is 31, plus 25 is 50, but we're still not close. Basically, we have way more people than them, but our people can't attack as good as they can defend. We're not overwhelming them. We're just basically grinding them down. We're grinding their organization down. These Spanish divisions are very feisty. I also have pretty bad supply here, and the terrain is giving us a 60% negative modifier.
Continuate l'attacco!
Yeah, the terrain is kind of killing us right there with those tanks. Tanks are good at fighting over open plains. Spain has regional debuffs. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Ken. Floating. Buongiorno. Ship damage control tech will help with your inferior fleet in the Mediterranean. So, yeah, I have torpedoes and then, yeah, we need damage control and fire control methods. We're also going to need amphibious forces and then mine warfare. We basically got a tech hard navy, dude. Hard navy. What's your naval doctrine? I don't even think I have that stuff unlocked. We have fleet in being. A strong fleet focused around battleships means that we are forced to be reckoned with and deployed at sea. There's trade interdiction. Against a stronger naval opponent, we can focus on tying up their fleet and destroying supply lines to starve their war machine. And then there's base strike. With strong focus on carriers and their support, no enemy will be outside our reach. I don't know. Should we do trade interdiction? I think trade interdiction is the right move, dudes. We need to be able to screw with the Royal Navy enough to where they basically can't get into the Mediterranean. Seems like middle is the best based on words. That includes carrier operations, submarine operations, and raider patrols. Yeah, we need to do trade interdiction. Fleet in being is not really what we're looking for. So we have the political power and the command power to appoint a chief of the Navy. That's naval aviation, commerce rating, convoy rating efficiency plus 10, naval experience gain plus 20, naval experience gain plus 30, combat. That guy's basically a better version of that guy. Naval experience gain plus 20. Naval attacks from carriers. Nah, I don't want him. Decisive battle. Capital ship attack. No, we need this guy. Rafael de Corten. We need that dude. That's the guy we should go with. But that is tempting. Screen attack and defense is pretty useful. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going with him. We need more political points, but Francesco Piccolo seems to be the right guy. All weather. Bad weather penalty minus 20. Experience gain plus 3. That's kind of useful. Advisor rank. Specialist, expert, genius. Influencer stats, cost and passive XP gain. Yep. Since you will play Navy, I'd go for traffic for the naval doctrine, and I would try to get naval bombers. I don't know. Yeah, we need naval bombers, but they don't have to be Navy, like carrier based, dude, right? We need Navy bombers that can go from land. There's plenty of places to fly from. Fire and damage control. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. All right, we're on the same page there. Oh. Officers. Took part in the occupation of Addis Ababa, former seat of the Ethiopian government. For a tanker unit, this is sweet, dude. I love that you can give your divisions medals and stuff, and that makes them better. merit cross for 30 political points. Perfect. Cool. More spaghetti!
Continuate l'attacco!
So we have a division here fighting with 10 soft attack. They're still at 76 defense, but yeah, we're grinding them down, like I said. See, their organization is going in the toilet. They're literally running out of ammunition. Well, not running out of ammunition. Organization is basically taking casualties. There's nobody left to fight. They're better trained and they are better equipped for defense, but there's just we have our division width is 72 versus 6. We're basically overwhelming them. This is ideally what you don't want to do on the battlefield. You don't really want to just overwhelm the same opponent. You really want to divisively strike them down, or else you get bogged into a war of attrition here, where basically it's only a matter of time, but this is basically the brute force way of fighting. Yep, that division retreated off the tile. We've taken the airbase. And I'm moving my tanks in to this last division here. This last division has 57 defense. The German... There's a Wehrmacht battalion here. So there's the 16th National Guard Division from Spain with 12 attack. There's an SS division here. Wehrführungstrupp. 30 attack. Man, they can fight. 30 soft attack is from that mechanized division is pretty freaking good. And then there's Requete Carlista. I'm not sure what that is. They have 5 attack. See, they have 2 divisions here. That division that retreated off the tile that has no org. They have 37, and there's a division with decent organization that has 57. They're taking an encirclement penalty because they're basically screwed. But even then, we're still just grinding them down. 57 and 37. So we need to take their defenses, right, and weigh it against our attack. 29 plus 10 is 39, plus 8 is 47. We have 47 attack, and they have 57, 37 defense. They have 90 defense. Now, that means they can defend against it, but we have way more people than they do. Our width is way bigger than them. So, they're defending pretty well, but there's more of us. NSF got cannibalized. What's up? After 5.5 years, today is your last day with NASA spaceflight. Thank you to the team and community for making an incredible journey possible. I am moving on to an engineering role in the industry. This news also means that it's time for me to step aside from next spaceflight. NASA spaceflight has graciously offered to take on the project. The app will continue to operate as you know it. Wow. Michael's leaving. That's nuts, dude. They lost Chris Thomas and now Michael. Yep. What's the word on the spaghetti? Spaghetti is good. They lost Chris Thomas, Mike. Yeah, but they got me. Does that help? Can't help but notice nobody replied. Yeah, Doom, I agree. Interesting strat, but it's really, really hard to take Gibraltar and Malta. I know, Clotric. I'm not even entirely sure that it's gonna frickin' work, man. disband the irregulars. How many irregulars do we have at our disposal?
Formazione.
Here?
Pronto.
Not many. I'm gonna do that.
Formazione. Pronto.
Cool.
Formazione.
Hey, Chief, what's going on? Don't do battleships. They're way too expensive for your situation. Yeah, that's not really gonna jive well with what we're doing, huh? Heavy ship hulls. Cruisers, destroyers, and submarines, baby. That's what we need. Yeah, they do cost a lot. That's for sure. We're down on weapons again. One of my tank divisions is in there, is on the front here. 44 versus 6, they have 57. 28 plus 28 is 54. Yeah, okay, we're good. We'll break them pretty fast now. It's nighttime now, so our attack went down. Returning home from work, how are you? Everything okay? Everything's good, man. I can't really complain. I want to play some Hearts today, man.
Pronto, signore.
Pronto, signori.
Formazione.
Let's check on the Navy. Okay, they are training. Good. These guys are going to need to drill. Same with these guys. I just want to make sure this doesn't bankrupt my oil here. $28 plus 28 is 56. Yeah, you're right. I'm trying to do it quickly, Clayton. Yeah, see, at nighttime our attack's gone down a little ways. I see it, Katrin. These guys aren't going to need much to, yeah, these guys aren't going to need much to get leveled up. Those submarines got a good way to go. These guys are actually pretty experienced. I just need to get them up to level 3. It's not gonna take long. But we might not, you're right, I think we might not be able to do it with all divisions like this. Yeah, see, that just shows how much oil we actually really need to support a navy like this. Can someone explain EJ Spain attack debuff? What?
Continuate l'attacco.
I can see it, Ken. It's no, it's this one. I mean, it's a great meat grinder.
Avanzate.
Whoa, our combat width just went through the roof. Crazy. We're gonna need to eventually tell this fleet to go out and have some fun, but yeah. You know, if you click the region, check the bottom left of the screen. Wow. Dude. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, Aquilux, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I get it. They put those modifiers on it to show how much of a freaking cluster it was. Alright. We're good. Let's go for Barcelona. Yeah, it's a cluster in there. Crazy.
Pronto, signore. Sì, signore.
Barcelona breaks the spaghetti.
Avanzate.
Get up there. We just need to really get the frick out of here. In this game, can you lower the age for mandatory service? Yes. You have your conscription law. You need to have a lot of pull to be able to do it. But yeah, you can. Right now, I'm at limited conscription. The resistance is crazy pretty much everywhere. Oh, okay. Okay, Kem. You gotta... So let's say if you want to break the front line, you need to check where the debuff is gone. Oh, okay. Where's the debuff gone? Nowhere. Literally nowhere. Oh. Get the silent workhorse advisor as soon as possible. Yeah. The Michael Dunlop on a flyer. Oh, that's awesome. Closest thing we'll get to pod racing, dude. That's so cool, dude. I can't stop watching it, Hellfish, damn it. I really should be paying attention to the game. I really should be paying attention. No, that's cool.
Sì, signore.
Sebulba takes the lead. No, resistance just went down all over the place. It was going up, but now it's going down. It's going down everywhere, except down here. Huh. Okay. Okay. Don't forget to build a couple truck infantry divisions with assorted artillery for mobility and cheap breakthroughs. Yeah.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
How's our Navy doing? These guys leveling up? Yep. Doing good. How about you guys? Oh, they're repairing. Got it. Alright, let's send those boys out. Division is still preparing. Estimated planned values going up as we reorganize. So every time a division moves, their org goes down a little bit. So if you move a division a long way, their organization is going to go down the further you go. We're regrouping right now. Ugh. See right here, this is the resistance. See how these arrows are going up? That means there's 26% is, there's going to be an uprising. And you know what? If there is, I don't care. I honestly don't. I just, I'm about to just get all my planes out of here. And get my army out of here as well.
Pronto, signore. Pronto.
All right. Let's see. Are we good to go? Division is still preparing. Minus 10%. We just got to get them ready to roll, and then we're going to spearhead through here and try to take Barcelona. If we can take Barcelona, that's a strategic port in the area. I talk like that on purpose. No, we gotta try to get in there and grab it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, these are different espionage operations that you can do. Alright, send these guys out for some oil here, or training. That's gonna cost me oil. Send them out! Yeah, just send them out for some oil, you know? Whatever. Alright, let's head back over here. Organization is almost back up at 55. Alright, we should be good to fight there in a moment.
Pronto.
Naval power projection is already getting there. That'll give us 2 new dockyards, 2 new building slots for Istria and Bimonte. Perfect. I'm wondering if we should keep trying to go down this focus tree. That'll bring compliance +5. The regional development will make it easier for me to lower the resistance. Anti-Comintern Pact. Oh boy. Germany proposes that we sign a pact to address the Comintern's goal of spreading communism worldwide through the use of subversion and violence. By signaling this pact, we agree to share intelligence on the communist threat. Yeah, screw them. We don't like them. We have free dockyards. I'm going to put those dockyards into destroyers. Destroyers and submarines. It would be wise to follow that path. Have I ever told you the story of Darth Mustachius the Wise?
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
These guys' org almost done. Yep, there's their preparation attack bonus. Nuh-uh, you're Tiquimong. So basically Barcelona.
Pronto, signore.
Hey, what do you got over there? Some French people on the border, huh? Let's give them the best opportunity, the best possible opportunity that they can. Staff office plan, planning speed +400. Send it. Commence the spaghetti. Also, don't forget about close air support plus TAC bombers. Yep, we need naval bombers and close air support, but mostly air superiority fighters. Send it. We attacked in the middle of the night, and in bad weather. Damn it. I should have waited. We're taking a hit because of the weather. When do we get the cannoli? Soon. Basically, our division, once again, our division width is wide. Our division width is wide. So we'll wear them down eventually. The battle's, yeah, see, the battle's gonna last another 2 days, unlikely.
Formazione. Avanzate!
Yeah, Tuesday. This is just the army that I was dealt with. I'm trying to make the best of what we have. It's still early, dude. We'll upgrade it later. Because the benefits of being deep instead of wide depends on what you're doing, Aqualux. If you're trying to punch through, you want rigid cohesion so they freaking punch right through. You want to do that with tanks. But it really depends on your doctrines and stuff. I want mobile warfare. That's what we're going to need. And we need to get 60 Navy experience so we can move to trade interdiction. I need wolf packs. We need wolf packs of submarines to control the Mediterranean. That's my goal here. I'm building everything basically around an optimized Navy and an optimized Air Force to be able to just become the master of this domain. Can't let the Allies punch through here. That's one of the reasons why the Axis lost. So I'm working to make more destroyers. We're gonna finish up these bigger ships, but yeah, we're not gonna need them as much. Yeah, Menscotter, yeah, I know. I sent my armor divisions. I should have sent mountain divisions. The tanks will do it. They'll make it work. But yeah, we're taking a nasty penalty because of the terrain. But it looks like they had another 78. What happened here? They are entrenched. 83 defense. We have 2, 3, and 2. 7 attack versus 83 defense, but we outnumber them. So we're stalemating. It's an attrition war at this point. Oh, looks like an fifth Requete. Don't you need to occupy Gibraltar and Suez first? In order to do that, Chief, you need to have naval supremacy so you can do an amphibious assault. That's the only way we're going to get it done right. The other, for over here in Cairo, we need to reinforce Libya, which is why I'm pulling the army out of Ethiopia, because that's a waste of time. It's a waste of time and resources. I'm basically trying to get out of the Ethiopian conflict here. How we doing?
Forza, forza!
Check for other regions. Maybe no one has a debuff now. It's on the entirety of the front, Kem. The only way we're going to do it is break through. Every region has it, dude. Can you still use the Suez to get them out? Well, we're gonna have to invade through Libya. I mean, we could try to invade through Ethiopia, but the second we move our army out of here, they're just gonna come and take the port in Eritrea. So, not worth it. I would much rather try to support amphibious assault on Alexandria, Port Said. I would much rather do that. That would be easier. Heck, it might even be easier. It might even be easier trying to freaking go through Turkey and France. So like through Syria, Jordan, and then coming around through the Sinai. It might even be easier doing that than trying to hold this. This is a waste of time. I mean, I'm going to try to do a national focus that's going to try to get it there quicker, but honestly, it's probably not worth it. The regional development, maybe. I think it's much better to get the resource slot and then start building up naval experience, air innovation, stuff like that, so we can start building up the army.
Avanzate!
78, we're... Ugh. Ugh. This is a freaking meat grinder, dude. Ugh. Ugh. That's terrible. We need more Civ factories. We need more. Yeah, like more. A lot more.
Pronto, signore.
Have you seen the speedruns in this game? No, but I bet you that those speedruns are done by players that are way better at this than me. I would keep troops in Ethiopia. Lotric, I mean, they have to have troops that run through there. I'd rather send my troops up through the Suez while I can. We're down on support equipment, fighters, transport planes, close air support. So artillery, infantry equipment, and support equipment. We're gonna need trucks. Stockpile as many trucks. Speedruns in Hearts of Iron 4 are pretty boring. They just use Bug's exploit to basically conquer the world with barely any fighting. Yeah, Caria, part of the reason why I play Hearts is because of the story that it tells. It's a cool story. Like, I would hope that that's what people get out of this. It's a story. Like, it's a cool story. Like, it's alt history, you know? I think that's pretty neat. Like, you're like, oh, what if, you know, Italy, what if the Axis won in North Africa in 1942? Like, well, that's what I'm aiming to have happen. Like, exactly. I think that's why it's really neat. If you know a little bit about World War history, this is pretty fun. World War II history. Let me check again, Kem. USSR is so overpowered in this game. Are we even wearing their org down at all? Nothing. All this is doing is just grinding out army experience for me at this point. Yeah, Fall, exactly. I'm totally with you on that one, dude. Bogos region has none, but it's on your side. I see it. Nothing.
Pronto.
Yeah, we need... Yeah, we need Signore Serena. It will be moved slowly one by one, just random at this point. Yeah, I'm watching it. Jeez. Div attack minus 90. Unbelievable. I mean, I see why they did this. I see what they're trying to do. The Spanish Civil War was a cluster. It was a cluster. It was a freaking mess. Just an absolute freaking mess. Yeah, and right? It's terrible. And then on top of that, there's my stupid tank modifier, or the modifiers for the tank because terrain and whatnot, right? While the close-knit crews of the British ships often offer few avenues of infiltration, the support staff back home is another matter. Getting someone on the inside would give us valuable information as well as the opportunity to support more difficult operations later. I think we should infiltrate the Navy. I think that's a good idea. Oh, you need 2 operatives to do it. My favorite playthrough was as Czechoslovakia, surviving the German assault, saving Poland at Warsaw, watching France stomp through Italy and linking up with them in Austria to make a push to Berlin, only for the USSR to attack Poland and the Allies. If you leave Ethiopia, you will find Commonwealth troops in Egypt. Brits can't hold it alone. Yeah, Quatric, but what do, like, okay, I understand. What are you suggesting here? Like, what do I do? What do I do with this? Like, do I just bunker down over here and just kind of support it as best as I can? Like, I'm not sure what's our course of action here? Move up this? Concentrated industry. Put 2 on the ports. Okay. Construction stuff.
Formazione.
Alright, I suppose.
Formazione. Pronto, signore.
We need some guy that's good at defense. Badoglio.
Pronto.
There. And spread the rest out on mountain tiles?
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore.
I don't know, man.
Formazione.
Just the Colonials, they are fine for the job. I disbanded my irregulars, dude, because I wanted to get the heck out of here.
Formazione. Pronto. Pronto, signore. Sì, signore.
Pick area defense points. Yeah, I didn't want the Colonials, man. We could bring them back if you want. I mean, that probably would be a better idea. But I was set on just saying screw that. I'll try to brute force it up here. I mean, I have a decision. We could recruit them, train irregulars. It's going to cost me some political points and a little bit of command power. Black shirts it is then, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with my gut on this one, dude. You're probably right. What does this bonehead want? For Italy to truly flourish, the Duce has a plan to expand our production capabilities. To accomplish this vision of a prospering nation, we need more factories that can sustain the growth of our bustling empire. Expand the industries. We need 20 more civilian factories than 28. We have 25 right now. Oh boy.
Pronto. Pronto. Sì, signore.
These guys still just,
Forza, forza.
Yep. Alright, let's check the tiles again. Jeepers creepers. How many Civ factories does Pube Stash have? 23 to 41. You have enough political power to buy Shadow Workhorse, man. Or Silent Workhorse is 150, dude. No, not Puke Stash. Pube Stash. Pube Stash. Yeah, Pube Stash. You know what? You know what, dudes? Finos, I know we just talked about it. I'm gonna do that, right? I'm gonna do that, and I think Clotrick is right. I'll have them guard ports and strategic points with my irregulars. And that's it. Just keep them down there to be basically a thorn in their side. A Dork Pube Faceler. Yep. Now I will say, this guy's a big D-bag, but he has a really nice mustache. That's a power mustache right there. But I don't like him. I don't like him either. Look at that hat. How can you be taken seriously with a hat like that? What are you doing? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Yeah, Bob's freaking flesh waves, dude.
Sì, signore.
We're basically stalemated here. There's nothing we can really do. Yeah, lamppost, exactly. Are you going to join Germany? I think so, Macklin, but I really want to do it on my own terms. I don't want to be casualed into fighting their stupid freaking war. Because Germany's going to be like, oh, you want to fight with me, yeah? And I'll be like, no, we are not ready to fight because I don't have the Mediterranean secured. And if you want to win, you're going to need this secured. One former journalist, one washed-up art student, and one journal editor make a huge mess in World War II. Just saying. Art students, am I right? Why didn't the freaking university in Vienna just accept him? Just accept him, you idiots! What are you doing? Stupid. Man, if only they... Do you think... Kyron, do you think somebody at the Vienna Institute of Art was like... When the poop was hitting the fan in 1945, you think that crossed somebody's mind like, oh, that's that guy. Oh. So, funny thing is that After World War One, he got into painting. He was a painter. Not the worst, to be honest with you. And he wanted to apply to the art school in Vienna. He applied to it and they rejected him. They said he wasn't good enough. Guy may or may not have taken that a little personally. Just saying. He took it a little personally. Yeah. Kelladon. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say that because he was a good painter, he's a good person. The guy's a piece of trash, right? But pretty good painter. Really wish he just stuck with that. That would have been nice. Really wish he just stuck with that. That would have been nice. No, Jack. I'm going to train up some irregular divisions and have them just basically be a thorn in the side for the Allies.
Pronto, signore.
Pronto, signori. Yeah, those guys been just going back and forth. That's the alternative timeline. Yeah, probably should have just done that. That would have been... See, I want to start building up my intel agency, but it costs you civilian factories to do it. Alright, how's the Navy doing with their training? All those guys are nice and leveled up. Excellent. Those submarines are repairing, so they're not leveled up just yet. The Navallo was damaged during training exercises. Yeah, of course. Not worth it to try and control the Red Sea. Clotrick, Acton, what I want to do is we really need to consolidate the Mediterranean, man. We need to consolidate. My playthrough from before was okay, but one thing I didn't do is build up the Navy correctly. I didn't build up the Navy. When Italy needs to build up the Navy, we need to keep the Allies out of the Mediterranean. It's super important. We need to make sure that they don't send convoys to help the Soviet Union, right? We need to make sure that they can't get resources. I mean, they could probably get resources around all the way, but cutting off the Suez and cutting off Gibraltar basically cuts off the British Empire from British Raj, which, yeah, that's a good idea. We want to do that. I'm really just trying to consolidate and take over the Mediterranean. I need to. Germany had jets, rockets, and color TVs in the 1940s. A peaceful Germany could have led the world in several fields. I mean, Zeno, one could make the argument that after the war, the Allies, when they made West Germany, basically said, hey, do that. Do that. You guys are cool. Just stop killing people. Just build cars or something. Just build cars. Just build cars. Build electronics. That's what you're good at. And they were like, oh, yeah, wunderbar. Yeah, we are pretty good at that. I mean, Germany's economy is a powerhouse. It's a powerhouse economy. Even now, like nowadays. Amazing. Hey, build Saturn V. Ah, yeah, we are very good at that. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. You can do it. You got it. Yep. Yeah, Mikey left NSF. Grav Shark, yeah. He's still in the NSF. He's still here. Okay. We have developed Ethiopia. We just got that focus. Where are you? And that increases the compliance, but I don't know, man. Developers. I wonder if SpaceX took him too, GraphShark. And you know what, GraphShark? I've kind of thought, like, what is SpaceX doing with all these communication people? Like, what are they doing? Have you ever noticed that SpaceX is drastically increasing their workforce? I wonder what that's about. What, communicating? Yeah, railway innovations might be the right idea. Air innovations probably is a good idea. HLS ramp up, outshining NASA. Ooh, savage.
Discovery, go at
Active
throttle.
30-month resub. What's up, man? Whoops, sub lapsed. Yeah, no problem, dude. I've seen this movie before. Next, they'll offer free cell service anywhere in the world. What? No. Yeah. Yeah, let's do the railways, creepers, right. Let's do it. Build up infrastructure. We need civ factories, that's right. Come on, you gotta do the Lisp. Barcelona. Alright, let's check the tiles again. Oh, there's one. There's one. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. We have one. Continue for the tacos. Trash that order. Screw that order. Right there. There's a tile. So check this out, dudes. I didn't know this. Chad taught me this today. Look. Some of these tiles down here have a terrible modifier on them that gives you minus 90% debuff to your attack. That tile... Oh, Burgos was already like that. I didn't realize that Burgos was on the front. If we attack from this tile, we don't get that nasty debuff. Let's do it. It is kind of in the mountains, but... That's literally not the thing that I just drew. There we go. It's on your side, not there, so they can attack you with full power, but you can't. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Hold on then. Check the tiles again. Okay, never mind. I misunderstood.
Pronto, signore.
You know what? Let's see if we can do something down here.
Pronto.
Let's see if we can do something down here where the terrain won't screw us as much.
Pronto. Avanzate.
No, hold that, please stop.
Sì, signore.
Go down there. As a German, I'm sad that stupid mustache man stalled Germany's alternative future for technology and innovations. I mean, Erudite, it's more complicated than that, dude. You gotta understand that Germany post-World War I was not necessarily a nice place to be. It was, yeah.
Pronto, signore.
Part of the whole reason why that guy gained so much power is because they got fed up with the chaos. Basically, the government economically collapsed. There was no prospects, there was nothing. So, you go from a relatively stable place in 1916, right, to 1922, 1923, a place that's just terrible, chaos. That's why German nationalism was an easy sell for people. Like, there's nothing wrong with liking the country you live in, right? But this guy used it to do despicable things. And that's something that's important to understand. You know, it's not just as simple as him impeding technological progress. You could even make the argument that basically, so what he did to fix the economy, right? Or what they did was they had this thing called MIFO bills, which is basically, MIFO bills are basically it's a government IOU, like a war bond or something, right? So what that war bond basically does is basically you give us money, right, and we'll pay you back later, okay? So it's the government saying people voluntarily give us money. And basically because the currency was so inflated, people said, why would we do this? And they said, well, basically because they're partially socialist, they implemented a planned economy. And that planned economy, basically they said, look, how much does milk cost right now? How much does a liter of milk cost, right? A liter of milk costs 100,000 Deutschmarks. They said, no, screw that. No, it costs 10 Deutschmarks or 5 or whatever. I don't know what the exact price was. And basically, because, if milk costs 5 Deutschmarks, well, then bread costs 2. Because that's the correlative price, right? And that basically rapidly de-inflated the economy. So all these people with money, all these people that had millions of Deutschmarks all of a sudden had a lot of spending power. Okay? Now that's important to understand. What the Germans also did to fix it was they uncoupled their currency from gold. Okay? Some currency has to have some form of backing. Right now, most currencies are backed on confidence. So basically what he said was, look, what they did was they said, look, milk costs this much money because we said it cost this much money. And that de-inflated the currency. So all of a sudden, everybody has crazy spending power. All of a sudden, you have 100,000 marks that couldn't get you a milk, and now all of a sudden you have 100,000 marks that could buy you multiple cars because of a planned economy, because they uncoupled it from gold and they backed it on confidence. They said, look, you give us money, we will fix this. They didn't really allude to the more sinister plans, but yeah, that's how they did it. That's what caused all that technological flourishment. De-inflated, sorry. And I'm trying to explain this, and you pick a bone because I freaking misunderestimated a word. You know exactly what I'm saying. Don't be a dick about it. How did the Allies fix the German financial system post-war? Not sure. So they basically gave everybody crazy purchasing power and said buy into the government because, look, we already fixed the price of milk. What else can we fix? And now the government has a crazy amount of money in the coffers to spend on military stuff, blah, 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 blah. But basically uncoupling their currency from gold was a real big thing. That was really interesting. The irony of this is that later down the road in 1970, the U.S. did the same thing. We uncoupled our currency from the gold standard. Our currency wasn't backed on how much gold we have. It's backed on confidence. That allows you to go into crazy financial debt, and it's not really a big deal. That's exactly what Germany did, interestingly enough. MIFO was also a front to fund German rearmament. Bingo. They used all that money, all that extra cash that they all of a sudden just had because they deflated their currency, right? Now they used that to spend it on guns, rockets, jets, all this other crazy stuff. But they also used it for infrastructure too. The Autobahns, for instance. See what I'm talking about? The interesting thing is that going into debt with a currency with no, that's not right. What I was about to say wasn't right. What I was saying is that the interesting thing is that, you know, an inflated economy is not necessarily a bad thing. It really depends on market conditions, and they're a little more complicated than that. The interesting thing is that debt is a hedge against inflation, which is why they started spending more to make sure that the currency didn't reinflate itself, which is interesting, and also to build up a huge frigging army because they were a little bit pissed off. I mean, the Treaty of Versailles was pretty bad. Pretty bad. Basically, the German home front during World War I is basically what lost them the war. They basically, there was a lot of internal turmoil surrounding the war, and they basically, the country basically fractured, and then they surrendered. Then the Kaiser abdicated, right? So that basically, yeah, they basically lost, but you know, they lost because of this, and then basically the Allied powers basically started enforcing some crazy rules to try and make sure that they don't start another fight, and those crazy rules ended up basically bankrupting the Weimar Republic, and that's, like I said, that's what opened the door. You know, that just goes to show you that if you invade another country and you take it over, you have to make sure that people are on board with you, because if they're not, you have a bad problem. It was right to make them pay reparations. You cannot avoid revanchism, otherwise you just let the aggressor walk away. Have you streamed Hearts of Iron before? I stream it from time to time, yeah. Not on any particular routine schedule, but Joker, I'm a little bit of a history buff, so I do like talking about it. See, Kem, there's the flip side of that, right? You can't let them get away. The flip side of that is, you know, what do? Do you take over the country? If you take over the country, the resistance gets worse. Do you just let them to their own devices? I don't know. What do you do? I think the U.S. had the right idea with Japan, South Korea, West Germany. I think that was the right move. Basically using your industrial backbone to be able to rebuild the entire country and basically make them a stronghold for democracy and an economic powerhouse with relative autonomy was the right move. I mean, dude, you can look at some of the biggest economies in the world. Germany, Japan, South Korea. Like, that's not a coincidence, dude. It's not a coincidence that the Allied powers, or the former Axis powers, are all very economically prosperous in this day and age. We built them up as proxies to the Soviet Union. It's a good idea. Good way to do that. Yeah, interesting, Hellfish, yeah. Alright, it's 1937 now. I went with construction. We're going to need more oil processing and modified rubber synthetic refining. Yeah, we need oil processing. That's what we're going to go for. Damn, I knew so little. Erudite, the circumstances in which allowed this to happen are going to be studied for a very long time. You better stop doing that. Yeah. Besides, was one of many causes of World War II. There was also the Great Depression, which undermined international trade, the rise of fascism, the continuation of German imperialism, lack of proper... Yeah, I mean, it's a very complicated thing, Erudite. Very complicated history here. And the reason why it's taught a lot, especially in Germany, the reason why it's taught is so that this crap doesn't happen again. Because, yeah, nobody wants that. Password to Iraqi, so you know what not to do. Yeah, Joker, yeah. And also, Germany's still not a sovereign state since 45. What do you mean, Dream? Yeah, Hellfish, you know what the crazy thing is? They almost did it, too.
Pronto.
What's that, W? Yeah, I've seen this. It's a great hype video, huh? All right, let's get back to the fighting. All right, so how long until we get those irregulars? 10 days. I'm gonna put the irregulars in the ports in the capital and just kind of leave them there. We got a free mill factory. Why do we have a free military factory? I don't know. What do we need? Support equipment.
Formazione.
Alright, we gotta check the tiles again. Anything opened up? It's a free military factory. Hoi, 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 hoi. Alright, how's the Navy doing with XP? Good. Got a lot of regular, level 3. Very nice. Submarine fleets are training. Mediterranean East is actually looking quite good. Comando Navale Basso Tirreno. No, this is not pasta music. These guys are gonna need to be leveling up soon. Alright. Let's start training out that fleet. Start training out 2 of them. How's your air power? It's pretty bad, Stuart. It's pretty bad. I'm having trouble keeping up, just resupplying my units with production right now. We're producing like 3 planes a month, which is not ideal. What I'm thinking is maybe take 2 off of here and going we're gonna need different resources. We need more rubber. I'll take the -2 deficit. It's not worth paying 2 rubber. Should aim for that same national focus as last time. The one that gave us the plane hulls. Yeah. That adds Civ factories and gets us that research slot. That adds another Civ factory. Perfect. We need Civ factories. I'm just really... So something I didn't do last time was train my Navy. My Navy basically went in cold turkey into a fight with the Royal Navy in the Mediterranean and got their crap pushed in. I'm basically trying to make sure my Navy's leveled up. It's giving me good naval experience so we can actually eventually switch our doctrine over to here, which costs 60. We need trade interdiction. I'm retooling the Italian Navy to basically be better at intercepting convoys and basically a more fast attack, localized type of navy. We don't need fleet in being. Fleet in being is like big, gigantic battleship fleets, World War I style. Base strike is like blue water naval capability. We don't need that right now. This is like, you know, this is like the U.S. The U.S. would do something like this. Trade interdiction is what Germany basically did. Fleet in Being is a gigantic battleship fleet. And while that might be good for the Mediterranean, we really need to stop the British convoys around. We need to screw the British supply chain, and we basically need to cut them off. We need to cut them off from the British Empire because they can quickly go through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. I want to make this area in the Mediterranean basically an impasse. You can't go through here. Plus, you can intercept troops on water and you can harm them a lot. Yeah, I basically want to make it so it's death to try and put stuff through here. Yeah, they can't fortify Sardinia and Malta and stuff. Exactly. We need to get them. We need to get them out of there. Out of Malta. Yeah, Pace. We need to basically go toe to toe, which is gonna be difficult. So that's why I'm really kind of tooling to submarines and. Submarines, cruisers, heavy cruisers. Basically, something. I don't need a blue water navy. A blue water navy is a navy that can basically operate autonomously in a large body of water. We don't need that. We have a short range navy because we're trying to take the Mediterranean. So we need submarines, destroyers, and cruisers. We don't necessarily need battleships. Now, with that being said, I do have a monster freaking battleship fleet here. And I'm going to try to reorganize some of this. Go through eventually. Oh, okay. Repost. Been reading The Wages of Destruction, the book about the interwar World War II German economy. Really interesting. Talks about mass industrialization, breakneck German aircraft production, foreign trade difficulties, agricultural efficiency. Interesting. Yeah, no, it's super interesting to read about. The Brits attacked the Italian Navy Pearl Harbor style before Pearl Harbor. Gregor has a point. What's Gregor's point?
Formazione! 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 Pronto!
We need a guy that has good defense here. Pietro Pintor, flexible strategist, +1 defense. Any guy that's good at defense here? Okay.
Sì, signore.
Alright, cool. That's enough to... Can you use the search filters up top? Well, yeah, you could.
Sì, signore.
We need more Civ factories, dudes. Like, badly. We have a deficit of... Don't forget Triumph in Africa. Yeah. That's a 35-day thing that we should be able to do that. Yeah. The shipyard focus is important for your plan. I know.
Sì,
Okay,
signore.
my tank's in position here. Alright, let's do it. Let's see if these guys can
Sì, signore.
get us some experience here. Alright, well, they're doing that. Alright, I'll tell those air squadrons to train. We need to get what air forces we have trained and up to snuff. Yeah, see, these guys are all super inexperienced. Alright, we'll start with those guys up there. Yeah, yes, we can. No problem.
Sì, signore. Formazione. Avanzate.
87, so they have 85. River crossing. River crossing. Oh, that's that SS division, or the Wehrmacht division. Yeah, we caught it on Glux. It's I didn't watch it on stream, but I've seen it. Yeah, it's cool, man. Very cool. Man, those planes are thirsty. I'm gonna make sure we shift click these things. Yeah, we gotta wait until their production efficiency cap goes up. 106 on the defense. Man. Alright, did the tile open up anywhere? Nope. Nothing. Almost enough naval experience to start messing with things. Okay, trade interdiction, upgrades, cruisers, submarines, surface detection +5, org +10. Boom. Bye-bye. There we go. Cool. Doing all right. 86 on this. We are killing their org. We can break through here eventually. Looks like we have the supply to be able to do it too, despite the crappy modifiers. So when this troop gets overwhelmed, they'll only be able to retreat to one tile or the other. And guess what? My tanks are going to roll into whatever tile they don't take. Checked how often they remove the debuff. It's every 90 days, but I think both sides do that so it can open 2 fronts at once.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Got it. Yep. Salamanca doesn't have it. It went away from that one, Chem. And the front that I'm on, Aragon. Hey, see you. What's going on, buddy? I'm gonna change my destroyer screens to 5 packs of 5. I think 5 is what you want, right? Or is it was it 8? Are there any major powers at war in game yet? Well, Spain has the Civil War right now, surely, and that's about it. Our world tension meter is up here. Yeah, Germany's causing a little bit, but right now pretty much everything's at peace. China and Japan have not broken out into war yet, but that should be happening pretty soon. How's your fighter production? It's okay, Stuart. It's just enough to basically replenish. Nowhere near what we're gonna need for a fight. So right now, see how there's a red bar right there? We have production efficiency and then our efficiency cap. Basically, the longer that factory produces planes, the faster they'll produce planes over time. So right now, my efficiency is terrible. My cap is 50. So right now, at 20% production efficiency, they're producing 1.5 planes a month. So basically, 3 planes every 2 months, which is garbage. But if that cap goes up to 50, then we'll start replenishing better. That's the thing about moving around this stuff. If you move factories to support equipment, those factories have to take time to retool. That's what your efficiency and your efficiency cap is. And you can change how fast your factories can retool with national focuses or research slots. See? Machine tools, efficiency cap +10. We want higher production efficiency. We're gonna need to tool up medium bombers and transport planes anyway. These are... Cam, I basically haven't screwed with the Air Force. We'll do that in a little bit. $85. We're wearing down on that org, man. It's only going down 0.3 every hour, though. Pace your Ireland on your current playthrough. Instead of Pearl Harbor happening, the U.S. declared war on France after Albania. After Albania capitulated. So on the Italian border, I'm fighting Paxton and Rommel combined. Or Patton and Rommel combined. Yeah, fun with that. No, I don't have planes. I don't think I can... Yeah, that's right. I had to set the option. Let's send up our close air support. Where is it? My CAS is very bad. Let's try to gain control of the skies, I suppose. Italo Balbo, that all-weather. We should do that, but it's going to cost some political power. But if we really need him so we can start promoting divisions. There are divisions that are up for promotions. I'm going to do it. Yeah, Clotrick, I'll get Silent Workhorse. Don't worry, it'll happen. We're gonna do the national focus, Triumph in Africa. We'll get the political power on top of base game, and we'll get Silent Workhorse. Yeah, no, trust me, I made that decision in the back of my mind, knowing that we're gonna need that sooner rather than later. Oh, we are going to need more. If we click on the tile here, there's 215 versus my 100. Yeah, we're gonna need more planes. Hey, Antari's on. Spaghetti time. Hey, T-Man. What's going on, buddy? How's the Navy doing? We are checking. We are checking. What was the hardest nation for you to play as hard? In Hearts? The US is actually really difficult to play. You have to be able to adapt very quickly. If you don't, you basically lose. You won't be able to do what the U.S. did in real life if you can't adapt fast enough. Playing the Soviet Union, we also had a Soviet Union playthrough where I tried to hold off the Germans. That's also pretty damn difficult. Playing France is probably the toughest, but I haven't played France before. Any of these nations that get wrecked, like at the beginning of World War II, so Netherlands, Belgium, France, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Poland, these guys, the Baltics, they're very difficult to play. I thought I told them to go up there. Oh, we can only supports 100 planes, huh? Open dockyard. Which means we have a ship that just entered the fleet. What did we get? The Sagittario. As France, you can hold Germans. You just need to prepare for that. It's pretty fun, actually. Yeah. We're wearing down that org. My tanks are doing it. We just have a little bit of low supply. If that Wehrmacht division wasn't crossing the stupid river at Zaragoza, we'd be doing a lot better. Let's check the tiles again. Nope, no tiles opened. For the army, oh, I think flexible organization would probably be better with what we're trying to do. I need my army to be able to move around pretty quick, so we're looking for specialized stuff that can move fast. But really what I want is Marines. We need Marines. We need aquatic warfare. Yeah, I'll take flexible org. %50 on planning and logistics. 50% chance of +1 planning and logistics on level up. Yeah, I want planning, and the reason why I want planning is because planning amphibious assaults takes time. And I would really want to be better at doing that, because especially because we're going to need to invade Malta. We got to invade Gibraltar. We need amphibious assaults basically around the Mediterranean. So and that's supported by a big navy, but we need prep is probably the right thing that we need. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna switch these planes to an interceptor roll and see what happens here. Hey, Rommel. Hey. Come on, Erwin, let's go. Political loyalty, you'll get stability. Yeah. No, I with the amount of amphibious assaults that we're preparing, I think this is a better way to do it.
Formazione.
Zarbi, I'm basically trying to retool and go for it, yes.
Avanzate!
Do the Brits have Crete? No, it's still Hellenic right now. How's the radar and detection? Basically up to snuff. We're about as good as it can be for right now. Man, these guys are holding out hard. These fighters are junk. Switching back to air superiority. Why did Poland not do much fighting during the war at the beginning? They did. They did, but they basically took the brunt of Germany's army. Like, the brunt of it. Civilian factories. Yeah, they had to fight against the Soviet Union. Yeah, see that's the thing. That's the thing people don't say. Germany invaded Poland on September 1st, 1939. The Soviet Union invaded Poland right after that. Poland basically got squashed between this douche nozzle and this douche nozzle. There's nothing they could have done. It's like there's no way. How can you defend that? Once Germany took Gdynia, you're screwed. We're still wearing that Division Zorg down, which is good, but ours is getting weared down. Ours is getting worn down as well. Oh, we got an ace. Yeah, that's right, Molotov-Ribbentrop. Mm-hmm. .106.
Avanzate! Pronto,
I'm
signore.
gonna hold the tanks there. They've upgraded to level 5, which is good. Yeah, Gregor. A lot of Poles and a lot of Polish The Polish Air Force basically evac to the United Kingdom, and the RAF absorbed the Polish Air Force, and a lot of Poles fought in the British defense during the Battle of Britain. Yeah.
Sì, signore.
Did you restart? This is the same as the tutorial one from the other day, SVO. Of course, Pace. Of course. Oh, you get Guy's favorite music. Yes, like. I know how you get Gibraltar if you'd like to know. I'm all ears, SVO. When you're here, you're cannon fodder. Wait, what? We got breadsticks though, Panting. Unlimited cannon fodder, breadsticks. You gotta attack France north of Africa, then push close enough to get an airfield to paradrop in. Not a bad idea. We need to upgrade the railways. Wait, what are my values?
Formazione.
Let's take a look at Ethiopia. The resistance is not going up as much as I thought, but the compliance is, which is interesting. Alright, let's speed it up a little bit.
Li respingiamo, signore.
So basically I stop my tanks and I regroup. I'm going to attack again here and see what happens. I mean, SVO, since you won't get naval supremacy. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, there's nothing to say that we can't do that. And we have mountain divisions down here. So
Formazione.
if we go here and grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and plus them into their own group here, and now we need a mountain man. Oh, here comes the anarchists.
Sì, signore. Pronto. Formazione. Pronto.
Mountaineer. There's my mountain man. We'll get the Mountaineer divisions over here.
Pronto. Formazione. Pronto. Pronto.
Railway innovations. Check the front line.
Sì, signore.
Yep.
Pronto, signore.
Dude, open slot. It's a free civilian factory for you, Jim. There we go. 69 factories. Nice. The division north of that square that you're attacking is supporting those 3 divisions, huh?
Pronto, signore. Avanzate. Avanzate.
Oh, crap. The Brits caught him. They caught one of my spies. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna prepare a rescue operation to get my spy back.
Formazione.
Okay, we got the torpedo launcher. Pausing the game for a second. What are we looking for now? Damage control, right? That's what we want. We're gonna need damage control. Where's your spying license, bruv? Alright, you're a clever one spying on us, isn't it?
Continuate l'attacco. Pronto. Sì, signore. Li respingiamo, signore. Li respingiamo, signore. Formazione. Forza, forza! Continuate l'attacco! Continuate l'attacco!
Continue for the tacos. Better keep an eye on your oil. I see it. It's just all the Navy divisions that I'm training here.
Continuate l'attacco! Forza, forza!
I'm gonna try to go right for Barcelona with the tanks, guys. We can move faster
Vi
than them.
respingiamo, signore!
If this tank moves to this tile right here, we're going to be able to collapse the anarchist front here. And I need that tank to hold these guys on this tile because they have troops trying to move.
Avanzate! Pronto!
Like this. See? Instead of the troops trying to move off the tile, I attack them so they have to defend. Even if I'm going to lose here,
Formazione!
my tanks will still beat them to the airfield.
Pronto, signore! Li respingiamo, signore! Pronto, signore! Continuate l'attacco! Avanzate!
And now I'm going to try to get them on the coast. See if we can cut them off. Because there's no ports down here. They will get supply from Tortosa, I think.
Avanzate!
Free dockyard for you, Jim.
Pronto, signore! Pronto! Pronto!
Yeah, this is not modded, Kuro. No, not at all.
Avanzate!
Man, a lot of ships just got done.
Avanzate! Forza, forza! Sì, signore! Sì, signore! Avanzate!
Yep. Is this the same save file where we did like the 5-hour tutorial? It is, Char. Yep.
Forza, forza! Li respingiamo, signore! Fermatevi! Li respingiamo, signore! Li respingiamo, signore!
Basta music. Triumph in Africa. There we go. Give us some good political power. You're almost out of fuel. I know. I know. Yeah, let's see what that does.
Continuate l'attacco.
Did they put stability back in the game? Oh yeah, stability's right there, Joker.
Forza, forza!
Oh, Hindenburg exploded. Up. That guy's not even...
Pronto, signore.
You're not even fighting anyone. What, did you trip and fall on a rock or something? For frickin' real. Okay. Silent workhorse, baby. We need that PP gain. We need that big PP.
Continuate l'attacco.
I don't ever remember stability being out. Maybe. Yeah. Guys, let me pause this for a second. If I take this tile right here, these guys get cut off. They will get some supply from Tortosa if I'm looking at this correctly, but for the most part, that front will collapse. Because they're cut off from the capital, right? Or do you get supply from victory points, or is it straight from the capital?
Forza, forza!
Tortosa doesn't have a dock or supply hub, though. Okay. I just need to wait till Spanish reinforcements come in, and then we can reinforce. Very little supply. Got it.
Continuate l'attacco.
Continue on to the tacos. We have 256 defense. They ain't gonna do nothing. We are wearing down their planes, that's for sure. I'm shooting a lot of them down. Yeah, I don't care. That's not Spain.
Avanzate! Continuate l'attacco! Avanzate! Avanzate! Vi respingiamo, signore!
Do you play Forza?
Vi respingiamo, signore!
No. I mean, not really. Not recently.
Continuate l'attacco! Continuate l'attacco! Avanzate!
I'm trying to hold them on that tile.
Continuate l'attacco! respingiamo, signore!
We gotta stop training one of these divisions. Those guys returned to port. They're leveled up pretty far. We're running out of oil.
Continuate l'attacco!
We're wearing them down.
Continuate l'attacco! Ritirata! Ripiegate! Fermatevi!
I'm unsure why they aren't moving. Are they out of fuel?
Respingiamo, signore!
They're out of fuel. Makes sense.
Continuate l'attacco! Forza, forza!
They moved to the airfield then. Hey, Flagon.
Li respingiamo, signore! Avanzate!
All right, we're gonna try to pocket them.
Li respingiamo, signore!
They're fighting against us. They're attacking, and because they're attacking, my tanks aren't moving off the tiles.
Li respingiamo, signore! Ritirata!
It's okay. They won't be able to do that for much longer. They're only attacking in that direction with that one division right there, and that one division's almost out of org. Pocket. The tank exhaust is actually really hot, so if we roll in here and we actually take this, you could say it would be a hot pocket. I'll stop. Yeah, no, I'll stop. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm hungry, thanks. Rogue approved, alright, cool.
Continuate l'attacco! Avanzate! Avanzate! Forza, muovetevi! Sì, signore!
They're trying to move troops through here to reinforce.
Riparatevi!
We gotta hold these guys to these tiles, whether we like it or not. Compliance is actually going up. I highly doubt that we're gonna get it in time, but still cool. Convoy warfare is what we want. Just to start. I keep hearing all I wanted was a taco. My tank division is trying to move off the tile, but this division, the Spanish nationalists, or not Spanish nationalists, the Spanish Commie 5th Republican Guard is holding us on that tile because they're attacking. We can't retreat. They won't be attacking for much longer, though. What I'm going to try to do with this tank division is move up here, pocket that, go down here, and try to take all this. We're trying to take Girona, especially that supply hub that's right there in Catalonia. They're at the northern part of Catalonia.
Continuate l'attacco.
There we go.
Pronto.
Now the tank division can move as it sees fit. And because I'm doing the same thing to them right there, they're trying to move through here. They're trying to move divisions up here, but I'm holding them there and they can't move. My tanks are attacking, even though they're not doing very well, they're still attacking. They're distracting them in time for us to be able to pocket and encircle these guys. Not bad. Oil processing. Concentrated industry. I'll take the factory up. Thank you.
Pronto.
These guys are about to move. We're wearing down their planes, or at least somebody is. We're gaining superiority pretty fast.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Avanzate.
These guys have no commander, they have no weapons, and they're completely encircled.
Continuate ad avanzare.
Crap out of my local CVS. They were good sports. I used my flipper 0 to activate their automated PA and called for a cashier to the front counter. They laughed and said it was cool that I could do that. Oh, neat.
Sì, signore. Pronto.
Tiles off right there. There's no... The debuff is off on the, on Mauricia. Or... Murcia, excuse me. Alright.
Pronto, signore.
We have no fuel. If you set your planes to attack only in the day, you'd have less losses. Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Formazione.
Amelia Earhart's gone. Air parts. Open SIP factories, baby. It's okay, she just... That's in the Delta Quadrant. Yeah, that's right.
Pronto.
She's in stasis in the Delta Quadrant. That's a good reference, man.
Avanzate. Continuate l'attacco. Pronto. Avanzate. Li respingiamo,
We gotta be careful.
signore.
The supply situation here is pretty bad.
Formazione.
See if we can
Pronto,
roll to that
signore.
tile. Yeah, I left an open tile here. If I can get the tank there fast. Not fast enough. Wait, there's no buff. There's no buff. We're in autonomous state. There's no buff here. No fuel. Yeah, I know. Oh, dude, the buff got taken off on this region. Successful industrialization program. Yeah, baby.
Avanzate.
And we steamrolled through that.
Formazione. Forza, forza.
We got autonomous state, which is interesting. There's still a debuff down there. We got machine tools unlocked. And construction too. Very nice. We're gonna need paratroopers, but yesterday during Garage Talk, I was trying to remember what truck they found out there floating in the Delta Quadrant. I have no idea.
Forza, forza.
Let the Giants sleep. U.S. passes Neutrality Act. And construction question. How many things should be on the construction docket? They take time and resources. I got over 30 things of infrastructure. The more civilian factories you have, the faster you can make everything else. So, civilian factories before the war should be your first and foremost priority. It was stated to be a 1936 Ford. Nice truck.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Who's getting bombed into oblivion on this fine day? Right now, it's the Spanish.
Li respingiamo, signore!
Yeah, we're gonna beat them. That debuff may... Yeah, see, these light tanks are great at fighting infantry. We're gonna try to pocket these guys down here. Collapse the anarchist front.
Continuate l'attacco!
We still have 0 fuel. Where's all of our fuel going? Those tanks are using up so much damn fuel. One's retreated off. There's one holding their front. We gotta make it to the coast. 89, 90. They're collapsing. Front's collapsing. Look at their org. Their org's going into the toilet. We have... One of my tank divisions has some pushes on their defense, so everything else is playing with house money. We got this. And you die.
Avanzate! Continuate l'attacco!
They immediately tried to counterattack across the bridge. They have 2 attack.
Pronto!
Now I kill you. One division immediately retreated off the tile. My tank divisions have 47, 49, 44 soft attack to their 21, 13, 19. Yeah, they're screwed.
Avanzate! Li respingiamo, signore! Li respingiamo, signore!
They did try to reinforce. They have divisions that are pretty cohesive, but they have no ammunition. Their strength is nothing. How do you open the attack stats menu? Just click on the bubbles, Agent Smith? I'm fighting with Franco, Shirley, but you can choose who you want to go. You can choose who you want to support. Hey, Bro Handy, 75-month resub. I got 3 of them free. Nice. Yeah, see, there's our attack, our defense. So you have soft and hard attack. Hard attack is against other tanks, but these aren't armored divisions. They're troops. So they have 21 defense. Communist guerrillas in the south of Ethiopia. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right.
Pronto, signore.
They took Barcelona.
Pronto, signore. Sì, signore. Formazione.
I'm gonna move around here. The anarchists have collapsed. We're moving off that front, gaining a great amount of army experience now. That's pretty good. Good. Looking good, dudes. My Air Force is going to need to go down to Seville. No field marshal? Not for my volunteers. I don't think you need to do that. Do you need one vendetta for the volunteers?
Pronto.
Are you telling me that the anarchists have fallen into disarray? Yeah. See, the reason why I told my troops... Yes, I have. Nice. The reason why I told my troops to go down here is because the Murcia tag, or the Murcia tile, this region right here, doesn't have any modifiers on it. See, if you click on this one, you have an unplanned offensive modifier that gives you minus 90 to division attack. By moving my tanks... Where are you?
Pronto.
By moving the tanks into position right here, and then... spearheading right into there, we will steamroll them. Watch.
Pronto.
We'll punch a hole right through.
Pronto. Ripiegate.
See, now we have 3 tanks, 24, 24, and 23. So we're 71 offense to their 71 defense. That's not the best. We're basically gonna wear them down. We have enough to appoint another ideological person. Or industrialist, armaments organizer. Elusive gentleman is operative slots +1. I'm thinking another... we gotta start beefing up our intel. What do you guys think? I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with it, dudes. Yeah, okay, I got you, Silent. Yeah, I'm doing it. Now we go in line. Okay, cool. That's all I need.
Continuate l'attacco. Pronto, signore.
We're absolutely destroying them.
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore. Sì, signore. Avanzate! Formazione. Pronto. Sì, signore.
I don't know why the game is letting me do this. Probably because they're preoccupied. But if we take Alicante, we'll, yeah, we're gonna do some
Pronto.
pretty bad damage here. I'm waiting for the AI to start populating in on this front.
Sì, signore.
We took the freaking port. Oh, now we got good supply. Go there. Oh, there it goes. They mad now.
Avanzate! Avanzate! Pronto, signore.
I'm gonna cut these guys out.
Forza, forza! Pronto.
We took the tracks. Come on, baby. Move the planes up to the front.
Pronto. Sì, signore. Pronto. Avanzate! Ci respingiamo, signore! Sì, signore!
We just gotta be very careful here.
Pronto! Pronto, signore!
The tanks can move faster than everybody.
Continuate l'attacco! Vi respingiamo, signore! Formazione! Vi respingiamo, signore! Pronto, signore!
Thanks, Clotrick.
Avanzate! Sì, signore! Avanzate! Sì, signore!
Yeah, that was good, man.
Sì, signore!
I wish we had more tanks.
Formazione! Vi respingiamo, signore!
Now we're stuck. They're stuck on that tile. Yeah, look at that pincer. That was nuts, dude. Your oil's going up. Oh, well, that's good.
Forza, forza! Avanzate! Pronto, signore!
Grab a tank and join to Quenica. Huh? Hey, Sim, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Continuate l'attacco.
Oh, they got nothing in Valencia, dude. They got nothing.
Avanzate.
Oh, we're gonna take it. You guys know my buddy Simcopter. Classic variety streamer, bro. All around good dude. All around good dude. Sim, how you doing? I'm just having some fun with my military tactics in Hearts of Iron. I'm on character 9. Jeez.
Continuate l'attacco.
We've got to get that org down.
Continuate l'attacco.
North of the newly captured airfield, you have 2 tiles up to a city called... Oh, I see.
Avanzate. 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 Sì, signore.
My tanks are locked onto that tile now from these attacking divisions, which kind of sucks, but...
Sì, signore. Avanzate.
Choo-choo train.
Formazione. Avanzate. Pronto, signore.
Yeah, we gotta wait. They're moving very quickly. Hey, we rescued the guy. Cool.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
We rescued the
Avanzate.
rescued the dude. Investments in Edison, baby. Give me that research slot, man.
Formazione.
Yeah, dude, I'm with you.
Formazione. Avanzate. Avanzate. Avanzate.
Dude, is this happening? There's no way. Is this happening right now? They're gonna take it. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. What is happening? The AI is trying to move their troops back. No way. Dude. Doom, good call in the pocket, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm out of fuel. That's why they're going slow. Ah. No! No! Oh, we're screwed. The tank's gonna get bogged. Oh, it's stuck in an attack. No, 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 no. Crap. They're gonna encircle me. That division just screwed me. We're pretty dead. There's not much we can do. My reinforcements are locked up on this, dude. I can't back off. They're being attacked. You thought it was going to be easy. Oh, we were that close, man. And no, guys, I got plenty of fuel now.
Avanzate!
Now these guys are stuck here, dude.
Continuate l'attacco!
Oh, they took it!
Formazione!
Oh, they stopped the attack! We got it, man!
Formazione!
I don't know why they stopped. I'm not even gonna bother asking. Let's just keep going.
Sì, signore! Sì, signore!
Actually, you know what? Hold on the capital. Screw it. You got plenty of good supply there.
Continuate l'attacco!
That guy's gonna encircle me.
Sì, signore!
Those troops are going to encircle. So you know what I'll do? Good.
Avanzate!
Attack and hold. That's gonna screw him up.
Continuate l'attacco!
We might be able to vacate the capital, dude. If I can connect in, we got that supply right there. I need to be able to grab it with the tank division and come back. Yeah, we're not going back. They're gonna encircle us, so I'm gonna move forward, see? I thought we were totally screwed there. You took Baghdad? Eh, Baghdad, Madrid, whatever. Boff, puke, whatever.
Pronto, signore!
Come on, move.
Avanzate!
Now we're connected in, we got good supply.
Avanzate! Fermatevi! Continuate l'attacco! Sì, signore!
Air doctrine is available. What air doctrine are we gonna go? By bombing enemy factories either by night or more dangerously during the day, we can seriously hinder their war machine. By improving how close air support interacts with divisions, we can lay waste to enemy divisions. Tactical bombers are flexible and can perform ground support and regular bombing. Think of the naval bombers, yeah. Okay, floating, yeah, we'll do. Thank you. Battlefield support. Battlefield support, huh? Yeah, let's do it.
Sì, signore!
top right corner. Click the earth.
Pronto. Avanzate. Li respingiamo, signore. Pronto.
No, they're in the capital here. I'm gonna try to encircle. We're gonna try to pocket them.
Avanzate.
Going back across the river.
Li respingiamo, signore.
We're just
Avanzate.
stuck on that damn tile, dude. The question is if you could send more tanks. No, not really. Okay, those troops figured out that we're trying to pocket them. And too bad. I'm gonna get there first. Bingo.
Avanzate.
This stupid division's holding my 2 tank divisions.
Li respingiamo, signore.
And now that division is holding them there, but they're encircled, so it's okay. But they're gonna break out. They're gonna break out. See these troops moving that way? I'm kind of stuck right now. Yeah, they broke the pocket. Nothing I
Li
could have done about
respingiamo,
that. dudes.
signore.
Yeah, the mountains. Yep, yep.
Li respingiamo, signore.
Okay. Hasta music for the encirclement. Can you guys stop attacking me so I can just kill you?
Avanzate.
2.7. Yiggity. Took part in the occupation of Madrid. Yeah, dude. Awesome. We can promote. Division attack +5. Ah, there we go. That attack failed. The attack failed and we took Almeria, which means these guys are
Pronto,
done.
signore. Avanzate. Avanzate.
Free naval yard for you, Jim. Cool.
Li respingiamo, signore.
Are they being... Where are you being assaulted from? Okay.
Formazione.
You know what? Just hold position.
Li respingiamo, signore. Pronto, signore. Forza, forza.
Dude, we claps the frick out of that front. Yeah, dude, that was good. That was real good. These guys are screwed. They got no place to go. That was actually really cool. It's fun when, dude, this game is so fun when it works correctly, man.
Pronto. Sì, signore.
Wipe them out. All of them. I'm excited to see you slap. No, dude, don't worry about it. It's all good. Yeah, the Franco's forces took Malaga. These guys must be taking a nasty encirclement penalty, but they still have supply for whatever weird reason. Oh, there's a depot at Granada.
Sì, signore.
Screw that. Hold position. Go there.
Sì, signore.
We need to take Granada.
Continuate l'attacco.
Still have a bit of local supply. Eventually it'll run out. Yep.
Pronto.
Good. Good. Very good.
Formazione.
We have to take Granada.
Pronto, signore.
Grenada or Granada. Tomato, potato.
Li respingiamo, signore.
Increase resistance activity. We must be on guard. I don't care. Increase resistance activity. The intelligence network went to crap because, yeah. Put them down there, why not? Put them down there until that intelligence network gets built up.
Pronto. Pronto, signore. Avanzate!
Well, we opened up that front, dudes. That was all us.
Avanzate!
How goes the post-apocalypse? Good. Great, actually. Yeah, we're really doing some damage in the Spanish Civil War. Yeah, actually, we're doing some pretty damn good damage. Get it? How are you, Sleepy? This is freaking sweet, man. See this? See how it's kind of super fractured? Yeah, that was us. Oh, they took Valencia back? No, 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 no. Train over there.
Riparatevi. Sì, signore. Avanzate. Sì, signore.
I'm gonna hold one tank unit there on the port to make sure that they don't capture it.
Sì, signore. Pronto.
Wait till those guys get kind of recharged and then take Valencia.
Pronto, signore.
Yeah, silent. Maybe we could... Hold guard, politically connected, cautious, defense doctor. Yeah, that's entrenchment. Media personality, reckless, career officer, politically connected. Yeah.
Pronto, signore.
Good call, Silent. We got another research slot, dudes. What are we looking for? Yeah, we need better shells for the destroyers. We need a new national focus. Tanks, maybe. I'm going for more infrastructure.
Li respingiamo, signore.
We're about to take it.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
We've taken Valencia. 94% of the way there. Where's their new capital? They don't have a new capital. This is over, guys. Come on, just surrender.
Pronto. Formazione. Sì, signore. Avanzate.
.665 on the defense. Yeah, no. guys can have whatever you're trying to do there. That's fine. Oh, there's commie troops there. Soviet mountaineers.
Pronto.
I'm gonna try to take the depot. That's the only depot operating in this area.
Pronto.
Cuenca. Cuenca? Cuenca?
Formazione. Pronto, signore.
All right, we're going for it.
Continuate l'attacco.
38 and 37 to their 74. We just barely will beat them out, and we have combat with. We'll take it. Gotta unpause the game first, though. I'm moving stuff to the reserve fleet so we can train them, because I don't want veteran fleets. I don't want veteran fleets with rookies in them.
Continuate l'attacco.
Diversion attack. Just spread the enemy out. Yeah, something like that.
Pronto, signore.
What happens if we do this?
Fuoco nemico.
No. Just really would like this to be over. 77 and 74 to their 91. Should be over quick. 38, 37. Terrain is killing us right now, and they're entrenched. But they're running out of supplies. Nice to get a free puppet out of it. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. How's the compliance looking? Yeah, not bad. They are last standing.
Pronto. Pronto. Continuate l'attacco.
Yeah, I saw. I believe you can. We're wearing them down. We're looking good, dudes. Looking good. Oh. Oh, they got reinforced. Damn. We got it.
Pronto, signore.
Nice.
Sì, signore.
Where's their new capital? I don't see a new capital anymore.
Pronto.
It's time to finish this. They're 95% of, they're 95 capitulated, 95%, 95, 95.
Continuate l'attacco.
It's taking a second for my divisions to get on the front here. There we go, we're on the front. We're wearing them down. Those guys should retreat. They got reinforced, but they reinforced with a division that's got nothing, dudes. We got reinforced by the Spanish Montana Brigade, 2nd Montana Brigade, Montana. I would like to have seen Montana. Don't let the Russians escape. Why do you think I'm pocketing them, dudes? Well, they ain't going nowhere. They can escape into the ground if you catch my drift. Concentrated industry. We need resource efficiency gain. Start building up some fuel silos so we can increase our strategic reserve.
Forza, forza! Sì, signore. Avanzate! Avanzate!
I saw it. Yugoslavia requests the sale of airplanes. We can't spare anything. Go away. I was thinking this one would probably be a good one, dude. I think North has better companies. Yeah. I agree. I'm taking the infrastructure, guys. That's the plan.
Continuate l'attacco. Sì, signore. Avanzate! Pronto, signore.
I love trains.
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore.
The Soviet troops are encircled. Strengthen the military. Shut up. I'm listening to you.
Avanzate!
Have fun. Turkey shoot, baby. 96% of the way there. Yellow River blown. Now, intellectual property can flow freely, or IP freely. Let's use the author of Yellow River. Almost there, just a few more seconds. Almost there. We'll break their back here. Light cruiser, heavy cruiser, shell, damage control. Research it, baby. I saw it, Doom.
Forza, forza!
These guys are screwed. Just surrender, guys. You're not gonna get anywhere. SAP next? Yep. Yeah, how's that 474 defense working for you? Against a tank. Dun 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 dun. Booch doo dooch doo dooch doo 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 dooch doo dooch doo dooch doo 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 doo. Down. Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. Got nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. Pasta music. Oh, yes, retreat to the tile that I'm about to take. Yes. God, this feels really good.
Pronto, signore.
Hey, Bree.
Hey, I have a couple real life things I just needed to talk to you about.
Yeah?
Do you have time now or do you want to wait?
We'll wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Do you know?
What?
I'm just worried if they're bringing something
Oh.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit later.
Okay.
Cool.
Alright.
One cannoli to rule them all. So they reinforced with a division that has no organization. Remo chat says hi. And she's gone already. %98 of the way there.
Formazione.
Ivan. Cherniakovsky. Surrender.
Forza, muovetevi.
Pause the game for a second. Can you bomb the rest to take it? I don't really have any bombers in the area, dude.
Avanzaggiamo, signore!
Their encircled. Their encirclement penalty is really, yeah, 10% debuff.
Fuoco nemico!
Yeah, I was just doing something very weird. Watch these Soviet divisions just evaporate.
Fuoco nemico!
Well, we have it. We have air experience. Not much, but we have air experience. Watch. Soviet division. Boop. Just gotta snap my fingers. Gone?
Sì, signore!
Nothing.
Avanzate!
Yeah, Aqualux pretty much. Yep. Hit it.
Formazione! Avanzate!
'96. They retook Salamanca. Oh, hell no. No, 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 no.
Avanzate! Avanzate!
Ugh. That stupid armor breakout over here. Punchless. Yeah, we need those army ports for template. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point.
Continuate l'attacco!
Japan abandons their naval treaty. Uh-oh.
Avanzate! Forza, forza!
My divisions got caught with their pants down.
Avanzate!
Yeah, we gotta go up to Salamanca.
Li respingiamo, signore!
Dude, my tanks are stuck. They're stuck there. They're stuck being attacked. They can't leave. Damn. All right, well.
Pronto, signore!
Oh, they got attacked again. Dude.
Continuate l'attacco!
They're stuck. They're basically stuck there.
Avanzate! Li respingiamo, signore! Avanzate!
I see it. It's Salamanca, and I'm trying to move the tanks up there, SVO. But
Avanzate!
they keep getting stuck by one division that's attacking them as they're trying to move. They stopped. The turrets.
Avanzate!
They've stopped.
Sì, signore! Avanzate! Pronto, signore!
Discovery,
Pronto.
go at throttle up.
Avanzate! Avanzate! Pronto, signore!
Hey, what's going on? Why did Karen press Control Alt Delete? She wanted to see the task manager.
Pronto, signore! Pronto, signore! Avanzate!
Well,
Formazione! Avanzate!
tank on tank combat, baby. Sir, you need to leave.
Sì, signore. Formazione. Avanzate.
99%. Where's their capital? They don't have one. Jose Miaja Minant. Jose Minna. Not gonna fight here anymore. Gone. How's the push for worldwide pizza dominance? Quite good. T. Hanks for the memories. All right, NBC, buddy. %of the way there. Oh. Did you restart the Italian campaign? This is from the tutorial one that I did the other day, Seacracken. Yeah, it's another playthrough. The one, the save where I was fighting and got stuck at El Alamein. Yeah, we stopped that save. I started another tutorial. It's a free military factory for you, Jim. Airplanes. We're gonna need to up some air experience here to make a new fighter, but yeah, we're good. Pause the game for a moment. Start working on the planes, dudes. We're actually doing pretty well. We're making some pretty good progress here. And believe it or not, me ignoring this place might actually get us what we're looking for, maybe? Huh. Hey, Ernok. One more city and you win. Granada is the last victory point city, dude. Yeah.
Pronto.
That's the noise I want to hear. Conquest of Pasta Dice. I wish there was a game like this that was more like Risk. Not have so much stuff that you gotta keep track of. Just play slow, geek. Play slow. Playing slow will get you... Yeah, if you play it slow, like 1x speed, plays exactly like Risk. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. You want it's slower than 1x speed. In fact, I'm gonna slow down again once we're done here. There's just so many different facets you gotta keep up with. Too much. Yeah. Fair.
Continuate l'attacco.
Man, they are not giving up, huh?
Continuate l'attacco. Pronto. Avanzate. Pronto, signore. Avanzate.
I like trains. Yeah, man. It's fun, dude.
Pronto.
Newsflash, it's hot down south today. Oh. Cuidado, Real.
Sì, signore. Pronto. Avanzate. Continuate l'attacco.
Let's make this final push. Hit it, baby. 74 versus 6. 85, 86. Oh, come on now. These fronts are basically cleaned up. I'm going for the last victory point, Doom. .122 defense. The terrain's kind of killing us.
Continuate l'attacco.
Hold for a second.
Continuate l'attacco.
Oh, I selected force attack.
Forza,
Oh, well.
forza.
I should have waited. 90. They're putting up a fierce fight. 7.1 org, and it's staying like that. 124 defense versus. That's the end of that. After a long and grueling civil war, the Nationalists, united under Franco, finally defeated their Republican enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of the local nationalist control in previously Republican areas, it is unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. Very nice. Very good. Gained a lot of army experience from that. Cool. Slow her down. I think that's the only Italian songs they have, dude. Actually, there's these ones. I think. No. Here's one of my favorites, this one. Ding dong. Now train. We have the oil to do it. Train. Everybody. We have 156 BA-65 for close air support. Good. Train. They're repairing in Lazio. Are you not into trains? Alright, how are we doing for construction? Building out that infrastructure. Good. How we doing on national focus? Air innovations. Very good. It's going good, Predominant. How are you? We love to train. Nice guy. Let's expand our naval facilities now. Doctrines are available. Air doctrine, battlefield support, cost 60. Not gonna do that just yet. We gotta design new planes.
Pronto, signore.
I just finished watching a video about the 2026 F1 engine specs and the decrease in power. Yeah, because you know what's going to make the sport more fun to watch? Prominent? If the cars go slower. You know. It's going to make it more fun. Will it increase overtaking? Who cares? We got Dodson. Dodson here. See, nobody cares. Yeah, Valkyrie, right? XB70. Nice name, dude. That's a sweet airplane, man. XB70, man. Any allies that we can preemptively make through diplomacy? The Turks? Maybe the Greeks? Greeks don't like us. Oh, nice. You know it. Not many streamers recognize it. XB, I am a plane nutcase and a spacecraft nutcase. I play Hearts of Iron for fun every once in a while, dude. I play Kerbal mostly. Kerbal, and then I cover launches and teach people about airplanes and how they work and stuff. That's like my big thing. So yeah, of course I know what it is. It sucks that the second plane got wrecked though. And a car nutcase. I'm into all types of mechanical things. Those light tanks did prove pretty friggin' useful, dudes. I'm almost thinking, you know, maybe we'll, you know, for, well, actually, we gotta go down here, and we need some special forces, don't we? We need paratroopers. And we need paratroopers, Marines, light tanks. That's really what we're looking for. Amphibious assault is what we need for our infantry. The big aviation nerd too, being a licensed mechanic myself and working at a U.S. airline. Ah, cool. Volunteer forces have returned home in Lazio. Magnetic detector. That's awesome, man. Yeah, planes are sweet. I like space planes though too. Shuttle's my favorite. My favorite. Heavy cannons, you think? Wait, what did I just... Yeah. Cannons. Yeah, we'll do that. Go mediums at this point, easier to switch later for newer models. Yep. Medium tanks? Okay. Oh, our infantry division is... Our div template is not very good. No, I'm gonna hold off on that. Check my link if you want some stream safe Italian music. Sounds good to me, man. Pasta music. Pasta music.
Pronto.
Well played on the Spanish victory. Raiding fleet designer. I'm thinking the raiding fleet designer would probably be what we're looking for. Technical auditor. Cool. Right on, man. That's pretty neat. Do you have any strategies for taking Suez ready? Not yet, Gaw. Ooh, that submarine designer is going to be very useful. Carrier capital ship screens. Escort fleet designer. Yeah. Naval Mechanica. I love the way you get to travel the world. That's cool, man. I'm thinking submarines, dudes. Submarines is the right move. Subs and destroyers.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Formazione. Sì, signore. Pronto. Sì, signore. Formazione. Pronto.
Defensive and offensive.
Sì, signore.
All these forces are defending territory for now.
Sì,
My
signore.
main offensive forces are here. Cool. Light cruisers are very useful against screen ships. I'm still making light cruisers, dude. In fact, how's the Navy doing? Those guys are almost leveled up. Those guys are leveled up. No more. No need to keep doing that. Almost there. 1438. Let's get that improved dual purpose battery. Damage control. If we had 50 naval experience, we would be able to get that very fast. Degaussing. That's what I want. We're teching hard for Navy, guys. I'm trying to really build up the Navy. Nope. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do that. Get this off the screen. Geek, thanks for finding this music, buddy. Alright, we're looking good. What else should we go for after expanding the naval facilities? I think, yeah, Cittadelaria. Are you aware you have no oil fuel reserves? Yes. I know. That's why I'm basically going to tell the submarines to stop training here. That's what's sucking up all the oil. This gigantic reserve fleet. Just trying to train all the ships train all the fleets as I make them. They could do with a naval commander. We need the oil for now, until we can produce it ourselves. I'm gonna speed it up. Still doing good, guys. Like, fuel is my one big thing. I don't think I can support this entire Navy here if they go into naval action, which is not ideal. Most of these guys are trained up, though, which is good. except for you. Boil di pasta. What's up, Cody? Planes, I think, is what we need to work on now. Developing Libya gives some oil. yeah, I know. It's all the way over here. That builds up infrastructure and then builds up oil. And then Libyan refineries. Should probably do that sooner rather than later. If you like aviation history, this channel has a bunch of videos on historic aircraft. For more than just the usual groups, yet a number of rarely mentioned Italian aircraft and tends to cover interwar craft a lot. Okay? Adding that to the queue. Rex's hangar. Cool. Neato. I don't think Marines will be useful, as the British will make it next to impossible to have naval superiority. Okay. Paratroopers, then. Which I believe we're researching. Not sure if it's just me, but your face cam FPS seems to be about... is really low.
Formazione.
If control of the seas, sir, then we will fight in the skies. Any of the planes trained up? Yeah.
Pronto.
Oh, nice. We just got new regular divisions.
Formazione. Formazione. Pronto, signore. Pronto. Formazione. Pronto. Sì, signore. Sì, signore.
Wrong dudes.
Formazione. Pronto, signore. Sì, signore.
Okay, we need a new national focus. Albania has some oil too that you can get from the focus trade. That would be over here, I think. Go away, Turkey. Dude, you're literally not doing anything right now. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, working on the oil. Whew, lad. No, never. Yes. All right, that was strange. So I have irregular divisions down here, dudes.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore.
See this cavalry division? I kind of want to retrain them. The hell is this vanilla sounding music? Yeah, I know, right? Are you building a spy network in Britain? Well, I was. But I guess not. What's the light armor template look like? Oh. Actually, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? We need more army experience.
Pronto. Formazione.
Train the irregulars for army experience.
Pronto, signore.
And shift click these guys.
Formazione.
So that will only train. Another Italian run. EJ didn't like to continue the game where he lose, as in last run. Sad. It still could be interesting. I restarted Seo so I could give people a tutorial on how to play. This music's giving me a headache. Good luck, anyway. We haven't gotten that focus unlocked. Do you think for the Artemis program that NASA should have Starship have a crane for the lunar surface? It has an elevator, dude. That could be used as a crane. Second. I mean, our Navy's definitely getting there, dude. I'm gonna add another submarine fleet for the Eastern Mediterranean. Those guys no longer need to train. They are all leveled up. And these guys need to be docked. Yep. Go. Okay, but how would it rotate on its axis to move HAB modules and the like? Why does it need to rotate, Nova? Maybe don't rotate it. Maybe just make it extend out. So you can just drop one, drop another one, drop another one, right? Like, maybe it doesn't have to. In Ultimate Admiral, Dreadnoughts. I, for example, keep playing even when I lost 2 wars to France and they've taken all my colonies and ships. Seo, I didn't stop because I lost. I stopped because I wanted to restart and give everybody a tutorial. I've basically done the exact same thing as the other save, dude. I changed a couple of things here and there, but I didn't restart because I lost. I restarted because I wanted to restart. I don't think that's... You understand the difference, right?
Sì, signore. Sì, signore.
Ethiopia went okay. I hope you'll kick their French butts anyway. Yeah, maybe. We would need mountain divisions up here if we were going to do this right. I just need more army experience so I can start screwing with the div templates because I don't really have many mountaineers. Then again, we could change the beret guys here Template is locked and can't be changed. What about Fezman? It would exceed our special forces cap. Yeah, exactly. We committed to... Strangely enough, we committed to... I left Ethiopia, and it actually helped. Yeah, it's doing okay. Yeah, the audience was lost, if anything. That's right. That's a good way to put that. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pacify Ethiopia in time in 32 days. You need to get everyone with greater compliance than 60. That ain't happening, but... It ain't happening. But it's okay. I don't know if the troops occupying had anything to do with it, dude, to be honest with you. Yeah, like, I'm not sure. I don't know. 29 days left. So I just have irregulars down there just kind of defending. I do want to switch my division templates to motorized eventually, because we gotta move quick. We need motorized divisions, especially with my main infantry template. I want to switch to motorized, so we are going to need more trucks. Let's back those two out and put them into trucks for now. See what that does. By the way, don't you interested in Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts? You could create hundreds of ship models from various parts and test them in battles. I've heard of the game, Sayo. It seems neat. I want Gazioni. Or Gazzoni. Yeah, I'll put him in there. How's your planes? I'm researching the thing. I'm starting to go down the plane tree, Stuart, so we're going to focus on that. I got to get it caught up with the Navy stuff. Really just need to keep building Civ factories, man. I'm building out infrastructure and stuff, which is great. But yeah, we got to start building out some Civ factories, man. I think the naval training that we're doing here is really, really going to help. I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go into my main fleet there. Clubs for the destroyer. I'll always use clubs for destroyers. Instead of binoculars. So you have two big freaking battle fleets up here. I think I have enough screens on either one of them, I think. Why clubs? I don't know. Those were already set as clubs. Just felt like making them clubs. We have good naval experience, so that actually reminds me we should probably see if we can make a nicer submarine. A better submarine variant. That's what we have right now. These submarines are not modern. Torpedo room. Let's go with upgraded torpedoes, front and rear. Better engine. Good. Save. That's alright. Now we gotta make a better destroyer hull. We have 48 naval experience. We should be able to do it. Oh boy. Anti-submarine depth charges. Anti-air. Light battery 2. Anti-air. Fire control. Don't have any radar unlocked. Torpedo 2. Light engine. Much better. Much better destroyer. It goes a tiny, tiny bit slower, but it has much better attack, torpedo attack, depth charges. When selecting a fleet, there's a toolbar above your ship list. Buttons on the far right manage fleet aggressiveness, likelihood to repair, and whether damaged ship should temporarily split for repairs. Got it. We should probably unlock radar, but that's good enough for now. Can you modify your current Air Force? Steward, yeah, I'm working on it. I'm trying to finish up with the Navy first. Floating, what should I do? .1938 radar is where you get your first radar. Got it. We gotta tell these battle fleets to frigging train. But telling them to do that is going to immediately just crunch my freaking oil. Oil is starting to go up. You can see the bar now. Oh, well, that's good. This fleet can actually go out and they can get level 3, which is good. Most of these guys are all regs. Except a couple of stragglers here and there. You should probably go mess with a cruiser variant too. By the way, 1936 destroyers have much higher hit points than interwar, 40 versus 25, for marginally higher costs. You might want to prioritize them. Yeah, let's put mine layers on this one. Okay, I see what you're saying. Depth charge for anti-submarine. We want mine-laying rails. Light battery, anti-air, fire control. Don't have that. Torp launcher, good engine. Will you have aircraft? I'm working on it, Sayo. Yeah. I need one more. We'll just, it ticked over to 30, dude, so. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Stuart. I know that. Well, you keep actually, honestly, you still reminding me is you reminding me constantly is actually not that bad of a thing. All right.
Pronto, signore.
The UI artists on these games should be making bank. Indeed. Degassing. Available planes and reserves. Don't care. Let's go over here. I'm gonna do mechanical computing. Let's get those ships figured out. Yeah, once we get Città dell'Aria figured out, it'll give us some good chassis to rebuild the Air Force with planes that don't suck. Like complete bunghole. Bunghole. The early planes make good unit trainers, though. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of these ships are pretty much ready to go. Yep. We still need that oil from the US, man. You can start mine laying, requires being at war. Yeah, I don't have any of the new destroyers made though. But that's good to know that we can do it. Alright, let's work on the army templates here then. What's our main... This is our main fighting force. Guys, I have a question. Do you think it's good to switch to motorized now? One of the squadrons cans, it was like 5 down the list. Oh. Oh, score. Oh no, that's convoy escort. I'm stupid. I'm catching a case of the dumb. Yeah, some of them can. Cool. Excellent. Two to three motorized divisions should do it for now. Alright, we're gonna need more army experience. I don't know why only certain ones can lay mines and stuff, but hey, whatever. We have laid 1 mine. We have laid 4 mines. We have laid 1 mine. There we go. Mine everything. Just drop all the mines. Just drop all of them. Yeah, I got you floating. Do you mind? Okay, maybe a little. Commies. We're gonna need that one. gonna build out Libya, guys. That's the right move. Here we go.
So our Prime Minister has come back from his third and greatest journey. He says that the settlement of the Czechoslovakian Republic, which has now been achieved, is, in my view,
Pause. All right. Now let's screw around with our airplanes.
to a larger
The
settlement
Seda. Here we go. What do we want?
may find peace.
This is gonna be an air superiority fighter, so we're gonna need light machine guns,
I had
cannons, baby.
with the German Chancellor, Herr Hitler. Here is the paper
Yeah, buddy.
which bears
Give me a big boy engine,
upon it as well as mine.
better electronics, special modules. What are we looking for?
Some of you perhaps have already heard what it contains. I would just like to read it to you. We,
No, I don't think we need anything here. Non-strategic materials, -2 aluminum, 1 to replace.
today, are agreed in recognizing that the question of Anglo-German relations is of the first importance for the two countries, and
It was, Shirley, yes.
we regard the agreement signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never
I don't
to
have
go
the
to
damn
war
fuel
with
tank
one another.
bladders unlocked, dudes.
We are resolved
Any
to
research
the
close to being finished?
shall be the method adopted to deal
Yeah, it's
with
right
any
there.
other questions that may concern our two countries, and we are determined to continue our efforts to remove possible sources of difference, thus contribute to assure the peace of Europe.
Alright, let's see if maybe we can work on a bomber variant. The RO-57. Let's see if we can mess with a... I have bladder issues. Paratroopers for invading Malta. Yeah, Sayo, we're getting to it. Send a picture on Twitter of a car that you were at a car show at. Okay. It's one of those car plane thingamajiggers. It's a car plane thing. Car plane. $600,000 to buy one? That's not bad considering. See, I think this is what we want, guys, but I'll take the defensive turrets and then maybe some. I don't know, man. 2,200 kilometer range. Yeah. That's really freaking good, actually. Man, this thing books, dude. That's really fast. Weight exceeds thrust for naval strike and port strike. Okay. Well, what's weighing me down? The frickin' radio? Flash Wolf. Yes, start making the rigatonis. There we go. Make more of them. Nah, torps and bombs should be what I want. Should be what we should need, Finos. I think that'll be okay. I just gotta wait on the cannon upgrades for the fighter before we upgrade that. So what other plane should we upgrade? We're waiting on that. Let's mess with CAS here. CA 310, basic close air support. CAS weapons, bomb bay. No, we. Engine 2. The Mediterranean is mine. Add time from 2020. We don't want... I'll make a specialized reconnaissance plane, dudes. Close air support, ground attack 12. Nice. Good. Naval strike, logistics strike. There we go. We just gotta wait on the fighters, dudes. Those guys need to train. Hey, we've already made 3 rigatonis. Very nice. We've made 3 rigatonis, chat. Air doctrine? Good call. We definitely have the points to unlock it too. Very nice. We're gonna need more planes to train so we can get more air experience. Army experience is going up. I'm gonna need to use some Civ factories. Gotta make that cryptology department.
Pronto, signore.
Pause the game. I want concealment. Smokescreen specialist. Yeah, give me the command power for that. That's fine. What is this guy in control of? Submarines. He's the submariner. I want concealment again with him. Smokescreen, sure. It's 1938. This guy is my destroyer. Ironside, bin guns up, expert safety first. Safety first. Cool. I'm just leveling up my navy. They've gotten level. They leveled up from torpedo screen penetration plus 25. Oh, I don't have enough telephone to do it. Crud. Yeah, I'm leveling these guys up. Hey. Nice new submarines for the fleet. We got free civilian factories. Libyan refineries. Construction. Let's upgrade the throughput with the railroads. How many mines have you laid thus far? Five, 4, and then over here, 28. 28 in the Eastern Mediterranean. Nice. Nice. I'm gonna, because we have 2 guys laying mines over here and 2 guys laying mines for these 4 tiles, I'm gonna have them share. With the Lancer trait, your subs can harass a full fleet all day with a chance of hitting their capital ships deadly. Yeah. I need more telephone for it though, dude. Let's go screw up the UK. Let's go screw with them. Let's see what that does. Let's see what that does. Let's see. Libyan refineries, baby. That adds infrastructure, that also adds infrastructure, and that builds the railway. Gamer Guy, 313 sub. Thanks, man. Drummer's gonna be pissed. Stockpile fuel. You have the proper response to the Royal Navy Deep Blue Sea Force? Don't have to. They're gonna be fighting here. They're fighting on my turf, and we're not fighting on theirs. Ugh. How's my main fleet doing? Are they all up to snuff? Close. Cannons. Heavy machine gun. Is there any place that I could... It's me, Mario. You have a lot of water. I am a plumber. Please let me in. Please, I am a plumber. Let me in. We're going to hit him with the spaghetti. Spaghetti? Wah! I'm a Wario. I'm gonna win. look at these upgraded destroyers. These upgraded destroyers, if that guy joins the fleet, that means he has mine layers. So we just gotta wait till Alfredo Oriani gets into position, and that button will click on. Improved light battery. Good. Okay. There we go. We're probably not going to do too well against the English. I'm not gonna lie to you. Doesn't hurt being Ricky Bobby. We're gonna need to focus on fuel. You got your spies working in the UK? Yes. We have a cryptology department. Break the cipher on the United Kingdom. I don't care. Nice, Creeper. That's awesome. That's pretty funny, dude.
Pronto, signore.
Is your fleet leveled up? They are pretty good, man. Alright, we unlock cannons, so we want to go into production here. And then we need to go here, and then we need to SATA. No, its air attack is terrible. Dude, just cannons. .40 air attack, man. Oh, it won't let me do 2 sets of cannons. Good enough. Oh, 40 air attack would be so nice, dude. 28 will work. With the radio, give us some plus to night fighting. We're good. Start making the orzo, the macaroni, the orzo, the rigatoni. Do you understand? What did we just unlock? That was paratroopers, right? We're gonna need better support weapons right off the bat. There, we got better planes now. We have very big PP right now, so we need to operational integrity doctrine, air doctrine cost. No. I don't have enough telephone. don't have enough telephone to do that. Material designer. Infantry equipment designer, weapons and equipment research speed. Motorized, yeah. Beretta, one of the oldest companies on the planet. I need you. We might even be able to make a modification to our destroyer hull. Light battery 3. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I want that. Last, please. What's up? Might have too many factories on transport. Might want to put them on regular fighters. I mean, I guess. Ian McCullum thinks Beretta made the best SMG in World War II. How can you say that when a Thompson exists? No, I haven't tried Captain of Industry before. The Tommy was meant for the previous war. But... so? And recoils badly. I know. I shot one on full auto. It was awesome. Seriously though, you're never dude. If with a Thompson, you're never going to brrrr somebody. Just if you do brrrr, 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 with that thing, totally controllable. I know because that's what I did. Okay, fine. Grease gun. Right, Manic? You let that thing loose on full auto, the centrifugal force of the mag unwinding actually makes the gun go up into the right, which is very strange, dude. That's a very weird sensation that I haven't seen before. Yeah, I mined this thing up this time, O-Force. 19 mines, 42 mines, 14. Stockpiling fuel, baby. Oh, nice, Winter Scythe. There you go. Today I learned. Bandits War. I'm actually, at least I think I'm doing pretty good here, fellas. 62 army experience. Now we can start messing with the div template here. I want to switch to motorized. What do you guys think about this? Decent, good, bad. More artillery. You see your soft attack? 115 is decent. Cool. They really aren't good against tanks, though. We might want to add anti-tank support there down the road. And, yeah, like a field hospital or something. You know what? I'll take it. Wait. Support anti-air costs nothing to add. Support artillery also costs nothing. Whose tanks will you be running into? It's a good point. You can put motorized anti-tank on the front line with only one width. Okay. 1700 production is really high. How's that? No, that sucked. No, I don't want that. 115 attack is money. Hey, Nez, what's going on? Nice shirt, buddy. How much artillery do we have in stock? I'm going to have to make motorized artillery. Ooh, I don't think I have that researched. But it'd be better to do it now, and I have a research spot open. What land doctrine did you pick? All right, I'm gonna X out of that. Yeah, let's get that. Mobile warfare is what we are. Excuse me. I'll take this. This is fine. These are good. This is a good division. I'm going to replace that with support anti-air. I want this. 115 soft attack is quite good. So that's what I'm going to do, fellas. Let's do it. We have the manpower. We do not have the trucks. We do not have the artillery, and we don't have the anti-air. You gotta research it, Mac. Let's do it. We need anti-air in production now, so go over here. Anti-air. Move it up here. Cut back on guns for a moment. Cut back on support equipment. Go to trucks. Not bad. Not bad. A lot of fiats, man. That over-engineering comes at a price. Well, we're building up our industrial base. I should be able to handle it. I haven't gone down any of the things that are going to give me more mill factories, but we can. They're all here. Bits! He wasn't talking HOI right there. Okay. Gotta build those Fiats so you can buy Ferrari. That's right. Strengthen the army? What does this bonehead want me to do? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Would you ask Germany for anti-air? No. No, no, no. We gotta wait for the production cap to go up there as well. Same with the trucks. Those guys do not need to train anymore. Those guys don't need to train anymore. They are all leveled up. You ran down support equipment. And we do have a lot of guns right now, so. Can we ask the checks for guns? Skoda does good work. No, they don't like me. Historical focuses are on, yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, dude, the Mediterranean is a honeypot, man. Lay more mines. Everywhere. It's a frickin' honeypot, bros. It's a honeypot. My main fleet, that fleet doesn't need to train anymore. This one, go forth.
Signore. Sì, signore.
I'm retooling the Fez men. Actually, it'd probably be better to just not do that because they're already trained, but then again, they're div templates.
Sì, signore.
What's your next target? Le Creme, I am strengthening the water, the seas right here, and I'm waiting for war to break out. I want to just keep strengthening until till the poop hits the fan. Shouldn't be for a little bit. There we go.
Pronto, signore.
Those are the irregulars, and this is my main fighting force. Cavalry forces. I'm not having these guys charge into battle on a damn horse. Okay. It's gonna take a second to retrain everybody. Free civilian factories, baby. How many do we have open? Oh, we have a lot. Very good. $53 mines. Mine the Aegean. Mine it up. You too. We got a nice submarine. Add that to my main fleet. See, right now we have control of the Mediterranean, but we're not fighting anybody for it. So it's we're just kind of sailing around. People are sailing by going, hello, pit stop. And I'm like, pit stop. Pit stop. Pit stop. Beep pop. Pit stop. Anti-air, with the current production of anti-air equipment, the shortage will last for 666 days. Okay, I need to change that. That is a sign. We need to just fix that like immediately and just failed military expansion. Italy will proceed somehow. Piss off. $494, $571. I lost 25 PP. Okay. These are militia. Ugh. We need an increased special forces cap, which is down here. That's the next thing we need to get with research. I wonder, knowing when things will go down, would you be able to be poised to take the Strait of Gibraltar the moment the things go down? I don't know how I would do it, man. What I'm planning on doing, Aqualex, is sending my mountain divisions and my light, basically motorized divisions, the light tank divisions, right up France's tailpipe and try to get here and see if we can get one of these airfields or get land that's close to Gibraltar and then para-drop on Gibraltar. That's what SVO was saying to do. The other thing I could do is I have plenty of convoys. We could do an amphibious assault, but we'd have to do it quick. We'd have to do it quick. We also have to worry about Cyprus over there as well. Yeah, we gotta be careful. Which is why, like I said, I chose to retool right now. We need a big expansion of military factories. We're gonna need that. Would Cyprus be one of the first targets in a war breakout? Yeah. I don't want to waste points over there, to be honest with you. We're probably going to go down this tree here. That one's actually a 35-day focus that gets you stuff pretty quickly. Occupy Albania. Every 12 divisions in the field gives you one Special Forces division capacity. Oh, well, that's good to know. We need to build in places where this says 100. Albania. Probably should do that with focuses. That's a 35-day goal. That's a 35-day goal. Alright, cool. That's gonna be alright. Oh no, no. There's stuff we gotta do over here. that's probably the most important. Alright, well, let's see. Praise the Navy.
Sì, signore. Pronto. Pronto, signore. Formazione.
Train those guys up. Oh boy. We need those mill factories, but I don't know. What should we do? What should we do, guys? These, the Albanian stuff, foreign affairs, Balkan ambition, it's going to take 4 months to do. Well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Because we're going for the oil, right? So that's about 5 months. Where does that put us? June 1939. Okay. Not really in a good spot. Hey. Mill factories, nice. It's random, Rogue. Sometimes it happens earlier than you think. Meanwhile, if we go over here, we go down tankettes, self-propelled guns. Rate of small arms is a 35-day one. Let's do that. We need more mill factories. Actually, they need more of everything. Like, look at Germany, for instance. I mean, keep in mind, they have focuses that are going to get them. They have 56 to 93, 57 to 98. I have 28 and 39. Not good. Not good. Not good, not good, not good, not good, not good, not good, not good. Good. That guy has that. Hey, Bone Sister. What's up, man? Germany claims Memel or something.
Pronto. Formazione. Sì, signore. Pronto. Sì, signore.
Not related, but I don't think you've seen me before in Big Fish. Nice. I haven't. Cool. Neato. No, not the freaking Pope! Not the freaking Pope! Oh, and no! Yeah, Karvik, that's right. How much do these anti-aircraft batteries cost? It's 2,500. Cool. You get an anti-aircraft battery. You get an anti-aircraft battery. You get an anti-aircraft battery. Anti-aircraft batteries for everyone. You get one. Yeah, here we go. Good.
Pronto, signore.
Oops. Hey, get back here.
Sì, signore.
Hello?
Pronto.
These coastal forts don't cost anything, but they could be useful. Do you own Spain now too? No, I was volunteering for Francisco Franco.
Sì,
I do
signore.
have 3 really highly experienced tank divisions though. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's right. I always forget that. You're right. They only defend against strat bombing, but we were going to want that up north, huh? All right, let's take them out of Sicily then, and Calabria, because that's not where my factories are, right? Yeah, we want anti-air up there. Not so much the lasers and the robots. I don't really have much infrastructure down there, dude. I like that gold chain hanging from your straw there, like it's yours. Coastal forts, though, we gotta worry about invasion. See, I'm not even sure if that's the right move. But then again, those things get done very, very quickly. Isn't Albania mountainous? Albania's right there. I'm not sure. I think I'll take the ace generator. Bomber interception, tactical bombing. What the hell's going on down here? Oh. Nope. 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 I screwed that up pretty bad. We need to make more macaronis. All right. Right to truck production with you. Did Spain fall yet? Yeah, we helped topple that. We gotta do it. It takes 35 days. Interesting, Karavek. on those damn trucks, man. Still no new pope yet. No. Sea mines. Joke. These guys, once they transfer over, are going to need to start. Yeah, those guys need to start training up. I'm trying to get everybody as trained up as I possibly can. My two main fleets are pretty much ready to go. Completed. Resistance contacts in Cairo. Yes. Here, what do we want? Steel industrial blueprints. Nice. We're gonna need to infiltrate the Navy. We could steal naval blueprints from that. That's not necessarily what I want. No. Man, those coastal forts got built pretty damn quick, huh? The Pope should have been elected weeks ago by now. Maybe there's an anti-pope. Cool. Pius the 12th was elected on March 2nd, 1939, yeah. Ooh, the Brits are on our border. Support weapons is unlocked. 75% support weapon speed. Yep, we should probably do that. We really do want. We really should get that field hospital. That's important. So let's go back over to the in here. What do we want to do? Sabotage industry, sabotage infrastructure, strengthen resistance. Hey, Bree.
How are you?
All right.
How goes your war?
It's okay.
Yeah. Are you winning?
We're still building up. It's March 30th, 1939.
Are you winning, son?
Are you winning, son? Yeah, Dad.
Alright. I was just coming in to say hi and
Hi.
see how you were doing and
Ran out of be bored. Ran out of stuff to do. Yeah.
and that's all.
If you want to chill on the couch out there, that's cool.
No, I already did that. I mean, I was chilling in my swing because it was nice and hot out today. But there's
Cool.
honestly, it's just that there's stuff I want to talk to you about, and I'm like, when's he gonna get offline so I can talk to him about stuff?
I gotta go for a little bit longer, and then we'll.
Why?
Because I want to. I want to finish this.
Okay.
Fine. Love you too. Let's at least get to the boogaloo, man. Don't look at us to help you. Yeah, I know. Submarine rating efficiency. That's really what we want there. No launches today? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Posen gifted us up to Karavec. That's a tier 1 sub. Right on, man. Right on. Thank you. As the production capacity of the trucks go up, guys, we'll overcome that deficit pretty quickly. We've almost completed anti-air, and we've almost got artillery. Oh, it automatically completed that. Demand Balearic Islands? Oh. Oh, that's gonna be useful. I need to see this through. Sorry, babe. Yeah. Let's look for potential allies in the Balkans. Dude, I'm gonna ask for this. If we can get those islands, oh my goodness. I will build an airfield right on that sucker and boom, we can paradrop right into Gibraltar. Let's go for it. Oh, it's starting to get hype. Hype. How's the rest of the world looking? Pretty bad. Okay, cool. Sweet. We'll go back over here. Assuming the British don't blast us off. Dude, I am not 100% sure if we're going to do okay against them, but I'm leaning towards yes, that we're going to do all right. It's a free dockyard for you, Jim. Let's work on a 1936 cruiser here. I don't have actually the points to do that, so it's basically just gonna be these from now on. Can you show me your research pulls? Sure. Terrific. What are you wondering, dude? Okay, here, I'll leave that open, but let me tell you what I'm doing. I'm trying to build up the Navy as hardcore as I can. Not necessarily like a carrier Navy. I'm talking convoy raiding, mine sweeping, screening, have to fight, pack a big punch if we need to, but not that long range of a Navy. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to control the Mediterranean. I really need to cut the Allies off primarily at Gibraltar and at Suez. My army is okay. It's not the best. It can be, it's good and it's mobile, right? But we really need to take control of the seas. So I'm trying to do that with a pretty decent Navy. And what I'm also trying to do is build up my naval bombers. Naval bombers and then paradrop with transport planes. Would a World War II history buff dominate this game? The knowledge will definitely help if you're playing on historical focuses. Sure. That's a great idea, thank you. And logistic works. I just retooled my entire infantry over to mobilized, so mechanized infantry, so trucks, towed artillery, stuff like that. So I'm down on trucks right now, I'm down on artillery, and I'm down on anti-air. Got plenty of guns, though. Plenty of guns. I have some light tank divisions. I have plenty of support equipment. We really gotta, this is like kind of some of the final pieces of the puzzle here. I'm just really trying to make this happen before stuff goes down. I do have historical focuses on. Are the trains running on time? You're damn right they are. If I was ever running a country, trains would be on time, alright? That would be like one of my first things. Trains would be on time. You know why? Because if you can't manage something as simple as making a train be here at this time, how can you do anything else? You can't make the trains run on time. Simple as that. I have a good amount of trains, yeah. Our units are automatically upgrading following retooling. They automatically upgrade. Okay, infiltrate. Commence. Ask Amtrak about that. Can't make them run on time, dude. Not my problem. More U-boats. I've been making a lot of Untersee boats. Armored car organization, tank organization, elastic defense. We really need to get to mobile infantry. So I'll do that for now. I don't really want to do that, but it's alright. CR-32s. Set up some close air support, start training. What else do I have lots of? Transport planes? Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Do it. Thinking. We need construction. That's too important to not get. I'm so into this game that the fleet will develop the planes very strongly. It's a pity that the fleets are so weak. Yeah. The Vittorio Veneto, flagship of the Italian Navy during World War II in real life. Fun fact. Potential allies in the Balkans. Alright, cool. If they accept, Italy annexes Albania. That would be useful. Pact of Steel is the one with the Germans. Alright, let's try for it. I'm after the oil in Albania. What map do you suggest new players to start on in cities? Anything that has all the different types of connections, Flecken. So sea connection, an air connection, train connection, and obviously a road connection. Find a map that's like that. Preferably something that doesn't have disasters on. If you have the disasters DLC, yeah, you probably don't want that. Yeah, dude. Training up all these melon farmers, man. Another submarine. Another destroyer. Start training up. Yeah, Tony, I'm not screwing around. I really need control of the Mediterranean. I have a monster freaking battle fleet here. 3 battleships, 4 heavy cruisers, 7 light cruisers, 23 destroyers, all leveled up, man. I really made sure. In fact, the flagship is the Vittorio Veneto. That's the like the least experienced ship in the fleet, which is funny because it's brand new. 3, 4, 8, 20. 3, 4, 7, 23. Move 2 destroyers over there. These are my submarine fleets. We're setting these to convoy rating, escort, and then over here I have a Eastern Mediterranean here, which is the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. This is designed to basically raid the waters in here, raid anything that comes through here, any convoys that come through here, sink them, and then any of my escorts going through here, any of my convoys going through here, like these guys, escort them. The Mediterranean is my spaghetti pot. Non-aggression pact from Bulgaria. Yeah. These guys want a non-aggression pact, huh? Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. You know why it's a good idea? The Germans are going to betray them anyway. Doesn't matter. It's just one less distraction for me. Where's Dalmatia? Yeah, oh, you know what? I have the PP to do that. Let's do it. Let's see what they say. Hey, you don't need that stretch of coastline, do you? No, you should give it to me. I like Dalmatians, you know. They're cool, really awesome animals, and you know, I think I'd make a great steward of Dalmatia because I like, you know, it's like that movie. That'd be super freaking useful. Please accept. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Pronto.
Pronto, signori. Sparo, che il turmico si riprenda.
Pronto.
That was from Cars.
Pronto. Pronto.
Jeez, we have all the way to Dubrovnik. Wow. Dude, that was actually really cool. Can we, like, claim the Montenegrin throne? I'll never believe no one knew what they were doing when they called it peepee. We have a big peepee right now. We could, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Screw it. Screw it. Screw it. Why not? Why not? Why not? What's the worst that could happen? They say no? The squeaky wheel gets greased, chat. Okay? The squeaky wheel gets greased. There's no way they're going to go for this. There's no way. There's no way they're going for this. Not a chance. Wrong. You're wrong. Not this time. No. This one was invented by a writer. No. It's false. It's fiction. We made it up. We made it up. We made it up. It's false. It's fiction. We made it up. This one was invented by a writer. Damn it! You miserable gorksucker! They don't want to lose their seaports, guys. I would have said no to be quite honest, fam. Backup option. Ask them nicely. Well, that was the ask them nicely option. And they said no, which really is kind of uncool. Promote ideological rallies in Yugoslavia. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Damon Hat, 60-month resub. I want the effective training programs. That's what we want. Got it. They offered us pasta and they threw it on the ground, man. They threw it on the ground. Not cool. I'm upgrading the railroad. If history's taught me anything, when you have a front this huge. Well, I have a non-aggression pact with them, unless they want to break it. Give a man pasta, he eats for a day. Teach a man pasta, he'll break it in half before cooking, necessitating the war to teach him the error of his ways. Is Ethiopia still alive? Oh yeah, they are. Huh. Alright, in the meantime, we need to... We need mill factories badly. Support artillery bonuses. Alfa Romeo production. That's 2 mill factories. Good. Alright, let's see what they say. Let's see if Albania... Yes! Alright! Albania, more like Funbania. Hey! We did it! Didn't even have to fire a shot. King Zog! Uh-oh. Oh, Molotov-Ribbentrop. Not good. They got huge tracts of land. Albania has embraced the pasta. Okay. Oh, nice. We inherited a mill factory from them. Cool. Good. More trucks. Hey, how could you be mad at me? All I do is make a car. Make car is no gun. You have no gun on the car. Yeah, I not make a lot of those. But you have 20,000 weapons sitting in a warehouse outside your capital. Yeah, no. No. No, that is not right. Look at the trucks. I do not want to make guns no more. We want to make trucks now. Yes, trucks. We are only making trucks.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore. Pronto.
Oh, joy. I literally have enough to... I have an entire irregular army around
Sì, signore.
Albania. That's cool.
Pronto, signore.
That's pretty neat. Yeah, we are almost done with the trucks. Now, what can we do about... Hey, Anglo-Italian agreements. War de-escalation. Guys, I have a question. What war de-escalation by 1? What does that do? Will that lower the resistance in the area? I'm not sure. Do kind of want those Balearic Islands. We can create the Italian League and Bulgaria can join us, but then we'd have to... That means we're not in the Axis. Uh-oh. Influx of Italian settlers, which grants monthly population plus 20 recruitable population, plus 10 monthly population plus 20 recruitable population factor 10, supply hub construction speed 30, railway construction speed 30. Kosovo state is now a core of Albania. Albania becomes a Reichs protectorate of Italy. Yep. Befriend Greece? Can we do that? Requires Italy first. Oh, that's risky. That's risky. Dude, that is very risky. Oh boy. Risking a lot for the biscuit. We cannot fight against Germany. No way. We can't fight them. They'll kick our butt. We'll kick the trash out of them on the high seas. But that... Can you get Pact of Steel? Well, Pact of Steel is basically establishing the Axis powers. That one's gonna be a spicy meatball. Get a non-aggression pact with Germany and go Italy first. It'll work. Oh, that's super risky, man. That is super risky, dude. Wait for the Allies to join the war. Dude, if we could get Greece and Turkey, or just be friends with them, and somehow get them all to join the same pact, that would... Germany is known for always honoring its non-aggression pacts, historically speaking. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what to do. Oh, that's ballsy, dude. Support the Hungarian claim to Vojvodina. You know, they didn't. I asked for Montenegro and they said no. Hungary must really, I think we should support them. Our offer of guaranteed independence was accepted. Oh. What's up, dudes? Expand the supply truck fleet. Originally wanted 5,000 brand new Italian trucks, but he's been talked down to a fewer after being reassured that it will suffice. Oh, well, I'm already doing that, so... we good. How many does he want? We need 500 in the stockpile. Shit. Oh, field hospital. All right, cool, sweet. Have you made tank variants for mobile artillery and AAA yet? No, I haven't. That's not good, is it? Make a deal with the USA for some trucks. Nah, they won't do it. Oh. What's the main difference between Italy playthrough and your US playthrough? I'm just trying to fortify the Mediterranean, Rizzik. When I played the US before, I was trying to take over the world. I'll try to take over the world after we fortify the Mediterranean. Does that make sense? Take that naval reform though. Got any agents in Germany? Maybe pay a visit to their boss. My intelligence services are currently wrapped up in a operation to infiltrate the civilian government. Fall of what? What? How many mines do you have? Let me see. 101, 80, 64, 77, 81. Minefields, baby. So rookie numbers. What is a good amount, Katerbeck? Do I want to know? Do I want to know what's a good amount, or... $1,000 is the cap per zone. Yeah, the world tension actually isn't that bad right now. Yeah, Stuart, that's what I'm trying to do, man. I don't know. I don't think we have enough planes.
Pronto? Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore. Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Pronto?
maybe world tension is low enough that Germany can't demand Danzig? It's possible. Oh, is that a thing? No. Okay. Cool. Not a thing. Oh, we've laid 69 mines. Nice. 85, 86, 88, 106, 54. Good. No. Crap hasn't hit the fan yet. I want those Balearic Islands. Come on, get done. Can't see what they're working on. Oh, balls. There it is. Oh, balls. There it is. We're not ready. 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 We're not ready at all. Ruh-roh, Raggy. We need to get more cash money. I'm doing it. Oh, shoot. At the office of 10 Downing Street to tell everybody what a blithering idiot I am. Non-aggression pact. We are not going to backstab them. That comes later. What about Japan? Japan's all the way over there, so I don't care. Oh boy. In the alternative timeline, I wonder when the Axis powers eventually turned on each other. Shirley Rocks, there's a book by Philip K. Dick called The Man in the High Castle that talks about that. Man in the High Castle, dude. There's a series that was done by Amazon about it too, and it's pretty good. Pretty friggin' good, dude. Except for the end. The end was stupid. Yeah, read the book. The book's better. The ending of Man in the High Castle was amazing until the last season. And the reason why the last season was dog shit is because they probably needed like 3 or 4 more seasons in the show to do it faithfully to the book, and then they crammed like pretty much 3 seasons worth of content into one, and it was just awful. Yeah. Man in the High Castle is great. Don't watch the last season. Just read the book. It's awesome until the last season. The last season was just ass. It was just terrible. Non-aggression pact with Slovakia. Slovakia? Where are you? Where's north of Hungary? Oh, there you are. Yeah. I'll non-aggression with you, bro. I always get Slovakia confused with Slovenia because I'm an idiot.
Pronto. Sì, signore.
Slovakia, Slovenia, and Serbia. Stop yelling at me, Alex. Off topic. If Duna is at noon, I want Kerbin at 2. Halfway between 2 and 3, John. Yes. Precisely. Well, have a nap. Then fire the missiles. No, not Polan. Polan can into space. I sent a giant nervous stage to Eve recently. Cool. Are you still going to play KSP1? Yes. I literally played KSP1 yesterday, man. I was working. Yeah, I played it yesterday. We took out the hybrid tech pad to see what was good. Okay, Stuart. Pozwa. No. Attack bomber, transport, CAS, fighter. Post air support, fighter, attack bomber. We need a transport squadron down here. are my transport planes? Oh, there we go. Poland has capitulated. Oh my goodness. You need to get in now, huh? We'll go Italy first. We have non-aggression with Germany. See what happens. I don't want to fight against the Allies, dudes. I might not even have to fight against the British. Then we'll see what happens. Yeah, Ares, there you go. Okay. Yep. Uh-oh. They ain't wasting any time, are they? Where was France and the UK in all this?
Nothing. Yeah, they did. They thought that if they just,
You know, basically Hitler went to them and said, look, if you give me this, I won't fight anybody. You know? Actually, let's rewind a little bit. Germany started rearmoring, and basically the UK and France are like, hey, we see you're rearmoring. You know, you're not supposed to do that, but it's cool. It's fine. Just don't do anything stupid. And Germany's like, okay, all right, fine. And then they, you know, invaded Czechoslovakia, Austria, and they were like, Britain and France said, hey, what the hell are you doing? And Germany said, hey, look, they speak German, we speak German, it makes sense. We should all be together. All the Germans should be together. And they're like, all right, fine. Don't do any more, okay? Don't do any more. And then Germany said, yeah, you know, Poland there, we need living space. We need living space, and we're going to attack them. Right? We're going to attack them. And it was at that point when Germany invaded Poland on September 1st, 1939, that England and France went, oh crap. He's not going to stop, is he? We got a big problem. That's generally regarded as when World War II broke out. Oh yeah, they remilitarized the Rhineland too. Yeah, basically Germany's like, hey, can I do this? And they're like, well, not really, but you're gonna do it anyway. Okay. Hey, as long as you don't do anything stupid, it's fine. Basically, the incessant need to keep the peace, especially after World War I, basically made it so France and England pursued a policy of appeasement. Basically saying, all right, fine, don't fight, just take this and don't fight. And Germany's like, yeah, sure, all right, fine, whatever. That's what that speech that we heard a second ago, I'm sitting here at the office of 10 Downing Street. That's basically Neville Chamberlain admitting that he's a blithering idiot for trying to appease Hitler. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Pretty funny. He immediately got replaced after this. And Winston Churchill came in. And he said that Germany had to be defeated. Pretty much at any cost. Uh-oh. We shall fight them on the beaches. We shall fight them in the air. We will defend our island. And we will never surrender. Oh, what just happened? Balearic Islands ceded to Italy. This is an important step towards complete Mediterranean dominance. Spain gives up the Balearic Islands, thankful of our support and defense of the fascist cause during the Spanish Civil War. Franco has agreed to make our temporary military installations on Mallorca, Minorca, and Ibiza permanent. Although these islands, with their important strategic position, are a welcome addition to our empire, it seems the Spaniards now consider the debt repaid. Score!
Pronto, signore. Sì, signore.
We're going for it. Here we go, chat. Buckle up. Because this one's a screamer. I wonder how that Yugoslavian pressure thing was working out. Ooh, Mab 38. Nice. Read this. Don't panic, okay? I'm not. Let's get that artillery. We're gonna need that. I actually took a tour of Palma once. Palma? Oh, cool. Spanish Resort
Sì,
Island.
signore.
Yeah.
Formazione. Pronto. Sì, signore.
How are we looking on that truck deficit? Not bad. Not bad. Everything else is pretty green. Who are you going to invade first? Well, if I do this right, if we do that Italy first thing, even after the non-aggression pact with Germany, actually, I should probably save the game before we do this. Dude, I might not need to fight the freaking allies. I have a feeling that we're going to have to. Netherlands has capitulated. No, not Amsterdam. Do it. Do they still hate me down there? Yeah. Yeah, they do. I hope civil war does not happen. Yeah, me too. That would suck. Okay. See, after they realized appeasement didn't work, they declared war on them because Poland was an ally, technically. United Kingdom, France, and Poland were kind of on equal terms there, and Poland got wrecked. So, France and England at this point are basically panicking. They're like, because the Germans said, we're just going to take this. Basically, the Germans pointed a gun at the Netherlands and said, you should surrender. And the Netherlands said, no, we don't want to do that. And then they bombed the crap out of Rotterdam because it's in the way to get to France. They bombed the trash out of it. They leveled the entire city. And they basically kneecapped the Netherlands and said, what do you want to do now? And they said, all right, fine. And then they basically did the same to Belgium as well.
Mr. Speaker.
And here's Winston Churchill.
Evening, Lord. I received His Majesty's commission to form a new administration. It was the evident wish and will of Parliament and the nation that this should be conceived on the broadest...
Had the U.S. joined the League of Nations, yes, the whole plan could have
and
worked.
that it should include all parties.
Yep, France is next.
Those who supported the late government,
World War II was brutal.
also the parties on the other.
Not a high point in human history, dude, especially with what's about to go down over here. Read about it. It's messed up. You're just like,
Cabinet has been formed of
oh.
representing with the Liberal opposition the unity of the nation. The three party leaders have agreed to serve either in the war cabinet or in high executive office. The three fighting services have been filled. It was necessary that this should be done in one single day on account of the extreme urgency and rigor of events. A number of other key positions were filled yesterday, and I am submitting a further list to His Majesty tonight. I hope to complete the appointment of the principal ministers during tomorrow.
There's our mill factories.
The appointment of the other ministers
Cool.
usually takes a
Start
little longer.
building up planes.
When Parliament meets again, this part of my task will be completed, and that the administration will be complete in all respects.
France has a shot here. They don't. Yeah, the Germans is gonna. The Germans is gonna mess them up.
Today, Mr. Speaker agreed and took the necessary steps.
No, not Denmark. What about Steve Todd?
Resolution of the House. At the end of the proceedings today,
Uh-oh.
the adjournment of the House will be proposed until...
Can you get nukes as Italy? Yeah, if you do the right advisors. Belgium has capitulated, and Luxembourg goes down.
The business to be considered during that week will be notified to members at the earliest opportunity. I now invite the House, as a resolution which stands in my name, to record its approval of the steps taken.
Norway joined the Allies. This is happening awfully fast.
Sir, to form an administration of this scale of complexity is a serious undertaking in itself. But it must be remembered that we are in the preliminary stage of one of the greatest battles in history. That we are in action at many points in Norway and in Holland. That we have to be prepared in the Mediterranean.
Dude, this is how it happened in real life, man. Germany took out. They took out. Look, they took out the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France in like a couple of months. It's kind of insane. It's kind of insane. The Germans were afraid that if they tried to do the same thing as World War I, right, that they would get hung up. So they knew that they'd have to go in and give them a 1-2 punch real quick. Lightning War is what they called it. Blitzkrieg for short. They needed to get in there and strike really, really fast, or else, yeah, you're kind of screwed. We gotta rescue our captured operative.
I will say it is to wage war by
Yeah, they said screw the Schleifenplan. We have trucks. Bingo. At the time, Poland was considered one of the most modern militaries in Europe. Yeah, but that was before the Germans basically did what they did. France was actually one of the best fighting forces in Europe. They had the most men, the most tanks, the most everything.
I can answer in one word. Victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all...
But see, all their forces are right here on the border with Germany because they didn't think that Germany would sweep through the Low Countries here. And they literally got caught with their pants down.
No survival for the British Empire. No survival for all of the British Empire stood for. No survival for the urge and impulse of the ages that mankind was full of go. And I take up my task with buoyancy and hope. I feel sure that our cause will not
Rommel disobeying orders is a huge part of why France lost. Yep, the Germans' plan was so damn effective, they thought there was a communication problem, guys. That's important to mention. It was so damn effective that they were getting readings from where their troops were. They're like, "Oh yeah, we've already made it to Rheims, right?" And they're like, "No, that can't be right. That can't be right. Hold position until we figure out what's going on." And Rommel, who's commanding this, said, "No, we have a straight shot at Paris. What are you, nuts?" And he just kept going. And he took Paris. And the German high command went, "You did what? Really?" brought Germany and Italy. It brought the U.S. Basically, the U.S. joins the Allies. That's basically what happens. The Tripartite Act is what you have to look up. Yeah, the Germans, Hitler was actually annoyed. So was Mussolini. They were pissed that Tojo and Hirohito attacked Pearl Harbor. They thought that was stupid because that brought the U.S. into the war directly instead of just on a Lend-Lease basis. And they were like, well, that's not good. If Japan doesn't fight, because the Axis powers are kind of an informal thing. They all kind of operated autonomously. They weren't as cohesive as the Allies, right? So Japan didn't really make clear that they wanted to attack the U.S. Had they done that, Germany would have been like, no, don't do that. Wait, just wait. Don't bring them into the war. They don't want to be in the war. Don't bring them into the war. Bad idea. But they didn't. Japan's just like, hey guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do this thing. And they're like, where are you going? They're like, I'm attacking the U.S. All right, I'll see you in a little bit, bro. They're like, no, shit. Yeah, basically how that went down. Accurate reenactment, too. Bravo. I'll be here all night. Be sure to tip your waitress. Why still so few C-bombs? I'm retooling right now. Denmark. Excuse me. Can I help you? What? Give me 30 minutes. Love you. Bye. Brimo says hi, chat. The lesson was, don't kick the sleeping bear. That being said, the Japanese were desperate with their oil situation. Oh yeah, we embargoed the piss out of their oil because we didn't want them to invade the Philippines. And then when they did anyway, we said, fine, no more oil for you, jackass. We were really worried, the US was really worried about them expanding into Australia. So the US basically started building up Australia. Factories, infrastructure, true story. Unfortunately for them, they thought of the U.S. as scattered and undisciplined and underestimated the cohesion of a common enemy could bring. Yeah, that was probably their biggest mistake, Aqualux. At face value, we look like we're at each other's throats all the time while we disagree about everything, and nothing ever coherent ever gets done at the federal level because you have 50 different states arguing over 50 different things. But see, the one thing that they didn't take into account is that we don't like it when people meddle, that when people start to screw with that. We really don't like it. If we're not fighting with each other and you come between that, we're fighting with you. And I think that kind of still rings true even to this day. Yeah. We're not fighting with each other, we're going to be fighting with you. You don't want that. That's what they didn't take into account. They didn't take into account people that literally love fighting with each other all day. That's all we do. That's all we do. Just argue with each other. We hate our neighbors. We disagree with our neighbors. But if you pick a fight with our neighbors, guess what? Hey, the only person that's allowed to give them crap is me. It's true. Paris is done. Italy first. Italy seeks extensive military pact. Here we go.
Mr. Speaker, the disastrous military event
Aiming to redefine the power balance in the Mediterranean. Hey! Rudolf Hess died.
with any sense of surprise.
Aiming to redefine the power balance in the Mediterranean, Italy has been making political overtures to the creation of a new alliance in this region. Largely military in nature, the Italian League will, in the words of Benito Mussolini, place Italy at the center of a new world power. Italy leads the way! Spaghetti for everyone!
And the British to fight on, if
Oh
necessary,
no! Anyway.
if necessary.
Pasta League!
I have thought it right upon this occasion to give the House and the country some indication of the solid, practical ground upon which we base our inflexible resolve to continue the war. There are a good many people who say, never mind, win or lose, sink or swim, better die than submit to tyranny, and such a tyranny. And I do not dissociate myself from that. But I can assure them that our professional advisors of the three serving
Bulgaria's in the Italian League. Awesome! Greece? Who can we invite? Albania?
We have fully informed and consulted all the self-governing dominions.
Who do you think you are, Daniel D. Trumpy?
Far beyond the
What?
who have been built up on our laws and on our civilization and who are absolutely free from their course.
No?
But are
Who's he?
absolutely devoted to the ancient motherland and who feel themselves inspired by the
What do we
same
need?
which
We need CAS. CAS and TAC bombers. We have 150 of them. We still need trucks and artillery.
do not yet know what will happen in France.
Well, we do not know what happens when you eat a hamburger.
In France and in the French Empire overseas. The French government will be throwing away great opportunities and casting adrift their future if they do not continue the war
No. No. Baccarat, yeah, we can have bocce, man. B-O-C-C-I. Bocce. Bocce. It's like curling, but on dirt. And cooler. And you can drink beer when you do it. And wine. Ah, frick. Okay. What, Stuart? Yeah, predominant maybe. Yeah. Oh wow, the world tension. Wow, that escalated quickly. Saying you can't have a Mosin while curling? No. I'm saying it's easier.
Formazione. Pronto, signore. Pronto.
Just seeing what kind of pressure we can put on the other governments here. SVO with the ad time. Yeah, maybe that'll work. I'm just wondering what this stuff does here. Our attempts to solve our outstanding issues with Bulgaria diplomatically seem to have failed. When our ambassador called on Boris III for another round of negotiations, he was brusquely told that the Bulgarian had made their position clear and that there were no further things to discuss. Okay. not sure what we should do with that information, but okay. I'm wondering how we go about doing this here, dudes. I'm not sure. The rallies you staged are slowly changing their influence. Oh. Huh. You're not wrong. Intelligence service expansion. What is this? What does this bonehead want now? What do you want? Army Department. Holding rallies and stuff is pretty useful. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. We have enough PP to do all of this. Dude, I'm in like super uncharted territory right now. I'm not really sure what to do. Like, hey, what's up, bros? How are we gonna get Yugoslavia in this faction? Oh, wait. You like me!
Pronto.
Hey, we got the operatives back. All right. Now you go over here. Boost ideology over there. Hey. Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna need to figure out a way to to not war with them. That one probably is what's gonna do it. I think. War escalation decreases by 1. That's gotta be it. Currently at minus 44. Yeah. Let's improve some relations, shall we? Use diplomatic pressure to grow odds of joining factions. Where? Oh, I can do it again. Excellent. Sweet. Thanks, Charms. I had been doing it before. I didn't realize you could do it again. Thank you. I'll freaking do it again. Wait, are you talking about something different? Thank you. Sorry, assign a spy in the menu. Yeah. I got it. Thanks, man. I kind of like playing like this, the kind of not fighting anybody way. That's actually kind of fun. Truly an achievement. Saw a comment that made sense to me about the new record number of people in space simultaneously. It took the shuttle to build the ISS, but couldn't live up to its full potential, and the U.S. got something else to fly to it. Interesting. Yeah. One of your generals almost looks like Hudarian. Hudarian. Okay.
Pronto. Formazione.
Almost got befriend Greece. I'm really wondering how far we can take this. Italy seeks support from Kingdom of Greece. Surely Kingdom of Greece shares our interests. Let's try Anglo-Italian. Let's see what Soviet-German trade agreement. Let's try that. That might be a focus. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm kind of want to backstab Germany because fuck that guy. We need them to allow us passage to the Suez, but they need us far more. If they refuse, we might just have to look elsewhere for support. I don't know if that's... I think it's an early game focus. We should probably... We need to stop this war. How do you get out of it? Why would I choose befriend Portugal? Alright, we'll let it roll. You get out of that war when France, UK, and USA have entered the all capitulated. We almost got him. They're close. What about you guys? Minus 29. 44. Bulgaria's already with us. We'll get that in a second. This doesn't look like ending the stream. Uh-oh, you're in trouble. I hope you have a comfy couch, you moron. This is a VOD, right? Yeah, let's finish it up, guys. I gotta go.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Keep streaming. What? Oh, you ass! No! I didn't have time to say yes! Damn it! Oh, come on, man. That thing that I've been working for a little while, I didn't click on it in time because, you know, the phone. That's good. You can invite, they will accept. Yeah, except they're already in a faction. That's not really how that works. Let's try that one, I guess. We can load from here, guys. I gotta go. We'll just make a save here. And we'll play later. Alright, guys. I'll talk to you all tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. Thank you very much for watching. And, yeah, I'll see you then. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for watching.